Right. Welcome to the meeting of the Planning Regulatory Committee. The agenda papers and other relevant information for this meeting are available for public viewing on the Herefordshire Council website. Herefordshire Council website. Please remember that your words and actions should be chosen carefully, and members are reminded that speeches are limited to 3 minutes. That's for members of the committee. The council is streaming this meeting live on the Herefordshire Council YouTube channel and also making a recording. The recording will be available via the council's website shortly after the meeting has concluded. Other attendees are permitted to film, photograph and record this meeting, provided it does not disrupt the business of the meeting. If you do not wish to be filmed or photographed, please identify yourselves so that anyone who intends to record the meeting can be made aware. None. To ensure that the recording quality is maintained, could members speak as clearly as possible and keep background noise to a minimum, and ensure that the mobile phones and other devices are turned to silent. Welcome to all those in attendance. I now ask Mr. Bishop to introduce officers.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, my name is Kevin Bishop. I'm the Lead Development Manager for Planning Services. To my right, we have the case officer today, leading on the first case, which is land south east of Greyhound Close, Longtown. The officer is Kelly Gibbons. Unfortunately, Heather Carlisle is sick today, so Kelly has stepped in to present this case. Item number 7, land at Lyde Court, Lyde Cross, Hereford. Ollie Jones will join us. Item number 8, Lady Grove Cottage, Morderford. Simon Rells will join us. Item number 9, Magnolia Farm, Cannon Bridge. Laura Smith will join us later. And item number 10, Brookhouse Bungalow, Kimbolton. Ollie Jones will present that one. Online today, we have the Legal Advisory Committee, Simon Alley. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Apologies for absence. We have received apologies from Councillor Polly Andrews and Councillor Tony Johnson and Councillor Sebastian Bowen. Name substitutes. We have the following substitutes: Councillor Kevin Tillett for Councillor Polly Andrews, Councillor John Stone for Councillor Tony Johnson, and Councillor Price for Councillor Bowen. There are no other substitutes, I believe. Declarations of interest. Please indicate if you wish to declare an interest, and then we will call each member in turn. Councillor Milmore.
I have a pecuniary interest in 214046. 214046, the land at Lyde Court. I'll request that when this one comes up, that I leave the room.
Yeah. Councillor Boat.
Non-pecuniary in the same planning application.
Councillor Mill.
Ditto, non-pecuniary in the same, in respect of item 7, I'm well acquainted with the applicant as a business in my ward.
Okay. Right, other Councillor.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Non-pecuniary interest in items 7 and 8. I know both applicants. Thank you.
Are there any other declarations of interest?
Sorry, just check Councillor Bolton the nature of his non-pecuniary interest.
Sorry, which items?
Sorry, in 214046.
What's the nature of your interest?
I know Ed Thomas is a personal friend.
Right. We'll now move on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 24th of May 2022. No matters of accuracy have been notified to the monitoring officer. Are the minutes of the meeting on the 24th of May 2022 approved? Please. Please, members, raise your hands. 4. Against? Abstentions? 3 abstentions. Right, we'll move on to just a brief mention of myself of the chairman's announcement. We have a very, very long agenda today. So I do ask that members don't repeat themselves ad nauseam over the same points that are made continuously. It's going to be a very tiring day, I think, today for members and for members of the public.
Right, we'll move on. Just a brief mention for myself as chairman now. We have a very, very long agenda today. So I do ask that the members. It's going to be a very tiring day today for members and for members of the public.
Can I say I've asked for that to be put on a continuous loop? Okay. Do we think we're all right? Yeah. Okay. Just a point of where please if you have something to say. Let's repeat the same points ad nauseam. We'll now move on. Can I request for the first item, I think we're number 8 is on the agenda. Item 6 on the agenda. Can I request that the speakers present in person for the agenda, item 6, join the meeting? Mr. Stephen Jones, Longtown Parish Council, Mr. Robert Arthur, local resident, and Mrs. Anna Maria Seguila. I hope I got the pronunciation correct. Planning agent, please seat in the public participation tables. Thank you. Thank you. I welcome you to the meeting and will call you to speak following the officer's presentation. The application before us is land southeast of Greyhound Close, Longtown, Herefordshire. Proposed residential development of 6 dwellings with associated access, parking, and landscaping. Can I ask Mr. Kelly Gibbons, who will make the officer's presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the members of the committee who attended the site visit yesterday morning. The application site is identified in the usual manner by the red star. The recommendation in front of members this morning is for the approval of full application for 6 dwellings in the village of Longtown. Longtown is located 10 miles north-east of Abergavenny and 17 miles southwest of Hereford on the eastern edge of the Black Mountains. Next slide, please. This slide shows the extent of the application site as outlined in red, and this has been reduced from the original site plan as submitted during the course of the application. The aerial photo to the right shown below shows the site in a local context, and the red star shows the site. The site measures approximately 0.6 hectares. The site is not located within a conservation area, nor has any heritage assets adjoining it or within it. As discussed yesterday, the site lies to the east of the Brecon National Park, with the extensive Hatterall Ridge about a mile to the west of the village, as can be seen on the aerial photograph at the bottom of the slide. The site has no public rights of way running across it, but there are public rights of way within the village and in close proximity to the site. There's no landscape designation on the site, nor any trees at TPO. The site is accessed via the existing turning head of the Greyhound Close to the north of the site. Next slide, please. Turning to the site layout, as it can be seen from the slide, the layout can demonstrate that 6 detached dwellings can be accommodated on the site, as well as an area of open space, the landscaping, and a service pond in the lowest point of the site. Next slide, please. As members will be aware from the report, the parish has progressed its neighbourhood development plan, including its options for housing sites, through all the stages, including a referendum. The NDP is now made and then therefore forms part of the development plan for the purposes of decision making. As the extract of the policy map shows, the site lies within the defined settlement boundary and crucially allocated as a proposed housing site within the boundaries, site boundaries defined as the hatched area on the plan. NTP policy LGPC2, land south of Greyhound Close, applies. The proposal development falls wholly within that defined area, and the principle of development is therefore considered to be acceptable in line with the NDP and Herefordshire core strategy. Next slide, please. Longtown has a public bus service, albeit once a week, and the village has a primary school, a village shop, a village hall, and public house that are all shown by the yellow stars on this plan. The village is considered to be well served in regards to services, but with knowledge that the proposed larger settlement would be Hereford or Abergavenny. The village is also identified in the core strategy policy and RA2 for appropriate growth, for proportionate growth, sorry. There are public rights of way located in close proximity to the site, and these assist with the links to the wider rural footpath network. These are shown on the plan with the pink dotted lines. Also, improvements to local connectivity have been secured through rock curb improvements at the entrance of Greyhound Close. Condition is recommended in that respect. Next slide, please. Shows the landscape plan on the screen. Scheme for the members today has been amended during the application process with the reduction in units and the alteration of house designs, along with improved landscaping mitigation and provision of green spaces. This includes orchard planting alongside Greyhound Close, as shown on the plan. This the landscaping details are detailed within paragraph 6.35 of the committee report. And you'll note that the council's landscape officer does not raise an objection. Next slide, please. This shows an extract from the submitted LVIA. This slide shows the site from the long distance view, approximately 2.5 kilometres west of the site, from a footpath adjacent to the site. The impact of the development on the landscape has been carefully considered throughout this process. There is no denying that the proposal for residential development on the site will alter its character. However, the proposed materials for the dwellings, the removal of render from the front facades, and the landscape mitigation will help to ensure the proposal integrates with the landscape and with the local context. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the proposed design of 6 dwellings. The proposal includes 4 house types and consists of 3, 4, and a 5-bedroom property. The former dwellings has also been amended through the application process, and the design has been taken from local vernacular of the area, which ranges from traditional cottages as well as more modern dwellings and estates. Materials proposed are detailed within the committee report and are found to be in keeping with the locality. It is noted there are concerns raised in regards to building design, and clearly design is a matter of subjectivity, but officers consider that the style of the unit fits comfortably with this setting. Proposed 6 dwellings, although sizable, would not, in the officer's view, appear prominent or conflicting to their setting. When looking at amenity impacts, each dwelling will benefit from its own garden to the rear. And given the orientation of the dwellings, there's not found to be any detrimental issues in relation to overlooking for future occupiers. In relation to existing properties within in close proximity, there are no concerns due to distance and no concerns in regards to overshadowing or privacy are anticipated. Next slide, please. So this slide will help with those who were unable to make it yesterday and just show the context of the immediate area in relation to the village road. So for those that were able to make it along there, where we parked it today, to the right hand side of the bottom photograph. Next slide, please. This slide shows Greyhound Close itself. This is an unclassified but adopted road that serves the existing dwellings, but will also serve the proposed development. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the application site itself that we visited yesterday from different aspects. Leave that one there so you can do that and see the properties of Greyhound Close in the distance from that bottom photograph. Next slide, please. Turning to the list of buildings, this slide shows the location of the nearby listed buildings and this bit related monument. The two listed buildings are shown by a small blue triangle. At the one at the top is the dwelling, and then the listed milestone, which is on the roadside. The scheduled monument opposite the new road, as we saw. The village and its wider area clearly has importance in terms of heritage. As noted yesterday, archaeological investigations have previously been undertaken. No objections have been raised in that respect by the archaeologists. Next slide, please. Local residents and the ward members have raised concern in regards to drainage matters. The proposal confirms foul drainage will be managed by way of the local treatment works, and Welsh Water, or the statutory undertaker, have accepted that they have capacity and have not raised objections, subject to conditions. The dwellings and the surface water will be managed by means of soakaway, and during the application process, the scheme was amended to include the subs feature, and the drainage strategy has been submitted and reviewed by officers in the council drainage scheme, and specifically appropriate work conditions have been sought, which relate to clarifying details at the discharge condition stage. Welsh Water have identified infrastructure capacity concerns in regards to the proposed development in respect to potable water. They have advised that there are currently no improvements planned in regards to upgrading water supply. However, the applicant can fund the provision of potential improvement by way of a water requisition, and a pre-commencement worded condition has been recommended that would ensure the development can be adequately served in this respect before works can start. Turning to highways matters, the proposed dwellings can be accommodated on the site with the provision of sufficient car parking spaces for the size of dwellings, as well as the required turning space for service vehicles. Highway matters are covered within the committee report of paragraph 6.6, and you'll note the highways officer has raised no objection subject to conditions. The application submission has also been supported by way of an ecological survey, and again, it's noted that ecologists have raised no objection subject to conditions. To sum up, your officers acknowledge that there has been objections from local residents as well as the parish and local member. However, as previously stated, this is an allocated site within the NDP area that lies within the main settlement. It's been identified within the core strategy as an area where housing should be allocated. The submission demonstrates the proposal can deliver 6 dwellings with a layout that respects and enhances the immediate landscape character and is considered sensitive to the natural and built environment, as well as providing landscape mitigation. Accordingly, having regard to all of the above, this application is recommended for approval, along with the conditions proposed and as detailed in the committee report. Thank you, Chairman. This is the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. The microphone, I think, are doing something very weird at the moment. I don't think mine works, but anyway, by the way. Right. Can I invite Mr. Jones of Longtown Parish Council to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't think my microphone is working either. So is it? Oh, it's flashing on and off. Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. As I said, my name is Stephen Jones, and I'm here on behalf of Longtown Parish Council. Our chair, Judy Cecil, sends her apologies. She broke her leg in multiple places, and as a consequence, still has mobility issues. I'm here regarding the development proposals described in the planning submission as land adjacent Greyhound Close, plan number P2111678/F. For those of you not familiar with this proposal, it's a development of 6 3, 4, and 5 bedroom executive style houses. I'm here to say that the Parish Council cannot support the proposals in their present form, and I'll explain briefly why. Firstly, I'd like to make it clear that the Parish Council is not against developments at the Greyhound Close site. Indeed, this was identified and chosen for development some years ago. However, there is unanimous agreement amongst parish councillors that 6 executive style homes are not what our community needs right now. Our NDP in paragraph 6.5 says, throughout the parishes, there is a strong preference for starter homes, family homes, live-work properties, and easy access bungalows. Only 15% of respondents favour the building of more executive homes, those with 4+ bedrooms. LGPC 2, paragraph E reads, If appropriate, the development could provide low-density, single-storey housing to suit older people and to protect the view of natural birth. If we take two of the types of houses mentioned, these are houses that are needed for two distinct types of people that are currently not catered for. First of these are starter homes, sometimes referred to as affordable housing, for younger members of the community who work in the area and want to continue to live in the village they were brought up in. The second are single-storey houses for retired people who understand that their existing homes will be unsuitable for their future needs, but also want to continue to live in the area where they have a network of family and friends who will help in their advancing years. I should also say we understand that Longtown needs new families to join our community. This is natural regeneration that every community needs to make our village thrive. However, it is our expectation that these potential families will move into houses that retired people have vacated, thus creating a virtuous cycle. I think the community should also bear in mind that the NDP was supported and signed up to by 80% of the people and over 80% of people in our community. They did so as the 2011 Localism Act intended, on the understanding that it would give them some say on how their village should grow and develop. The level of opposition to this proposal echoes the views expressed in the NDP, and I have to say, there is a great deal of anger, anxiety, and frustration in the community that sees this proposal progressing relatively unhindered to this stage. Therefore, we consider the proposed development in its present form contrary to the policies as well as the wishes of the overwhelming number of the community and should be refused for these reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Arthur to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Councillors. I represent over 30 local residents unanimously objecting to this development on greenfield land in the small historic upland village of Longtown, close to the Brecon Beacons National Park. Beyond the safety and environmental concerns, our primary and critical objection to this application is that it ignores the local planning criteria for this site. Criteria carefully established through a democratic process of consultation with residents, resulting in the Neighbourhood Development Plan, the NDP. These criteria are not aspirational, they are the agreed conditions for the development on this greenfield site. Developing this farmland appropriately is accepted by residents. The developers also acknowledge that residents' objections are not about development per se, but reflect material concerns. Particularly that the type of housing and development supported here by the Herefordshire Planning Authority, the LPA, is inappropriate for this historic site and fails to meet local housing needs. For clarity, the NDP criteria established for the development of this land state that the material should be locally distinctive, reflecting existing village character and avoiding an urban appearance. The NDP also identifies the need for single-storey housing to suit older people, suggesting up to 4 infill units of single-storey dwellings. The LPA highlighted this, notifying developer that the NDP has full material weight. What is proposed fails to meet these criteria. It should be stressed the democratic consultation process involved considerable effort and investment from parish residents and LPA over several years. In it, 85% of respondents stated that urban-style properties of 4+ bedrooms are not needed. While 2 of the 6 houses proposed are 3 bedrooms, they have the same footprint as the 4-bedroom houses. So 100% of the application consists of large dwellings already well provided for within Longtown Village and the wider parish. Critically, the LPA also formally recognises that the NDP criteria have not been met. Council's own historic buildings officer raised serious concerns about built form and suburban appearance. Concerns echoed by the principal building conservation officer, Historic England, parish council and residents. Given this, it is disappointing and concerning to see the LPA recommending the application to the committee. The approval of an unwanted suburban executive estate on a greenfield site in a historic location, contrary to the democratically approved local plan and design criteria, and despite consistent and unanimous opposition from residents and parish councillors, would raise important questions about the planning process. Any disregard for the consultation and criteria will leave residents wondering if community consultation and plans are all that respected by the LPA. Have material concerns and democracy been abandoned in favour of supporting private developers to maximise profit at the expense of residents and the parish as a whole? Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Greer, the applicant, to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am the agent speaking on behalf of the applicant for the scheme. As you will see from the officer's report, the application before you today is for approval, and therefore I'll keep my speech relatively brief. Officers have considered the development to be entirely appropriate with regards to the National Planning Policy Framework, the Herefordshire Local Plan, and the Long-Term Group Neighbourhood Development Plan. The proposals are located within the designated settlement boundary on a site allocated for residential development and within a location deemed appropriate and sustainable by your officers. We note that there have been some neighbour and community council objections to the scheme, which appear to primarily relate to the perceived overdevelopment of the site and the idea that the design of the proposed dwellings is not in keeping with the local context. In terms of perceived overdevelopment, we concur with the officer's reminder to members that the NDP has the site allocated for 8 to 12 units. Your officers have recognised that the site can deliver as much as 12 units. The applicant is proposing the delivery of 6. In terms of the siting, design and impact of the proposals, the scheme has evolved to consider the historic setting of the village. This is through provision of smaller units, improved landscaping and high quality design with traditional units predominantly made of stone. No objections have been received from the landscape department, and your officers are satisfied the immediate and surrounding landscape character would not be subject to undue impacts, but would instead be appropriately conserved. In regard to heritage matters, the council's historic building officer and your county archaeologist have not objected to the proposals, and your officers note the significant distance from any heritage features. Members may recall Historic England's objection to the original proposal for 10 dwellings, yet we wish to reiterate that Historic England also raised concerns when the site was originally due to be allocated in the NDP. The suitability of residential development is confirmed through the allocation, with no good planning reason to question it in principle at this stage. Your local highway authority have also confirmed the acceptability of the proposals. The scheme will provide a pedestrian crossing point to improve connectivity to community facilities. This is testament to the applicant's, Claire Price, willingness to delivering a high quality scheme and should be commended. In terms of other matters, the officer report confirms that subject to conditions, the development is acceptable in terms of biodiversity, drainage, amenity, and archaeology too. We do note the queries related to capacity of the water networks raised by Councillor Jinman, and as per the officer's report, we reiterate that adequate foul sewage and water supply matters can be addressed via suitably worded conditions. So to conclude, and consistent with your officer's comprehensive assessment, the development is wholly policy compliant, and I respectfully urge you to approve it in line with national and local aspirations and the recommendation made by your officers. Thank you.
Thank you. If now members, speakers can take their places back in the public gallery. Councillor Jinman is the local member for this item. He speaks first and then has the right to reply at the end of the debate. He does not have a vote. Councillor Jinman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm hoping the system is working adequately and people can hear me. I'd like to also put my thanks here to all of you who came out to Longtown yesterday and actually had a pleasant day out in the wind and actually saw the site. I think you will, those who were there will fully understand the importance of actually visiting to see what it looks like, how it sits there, with the greatest respect for the photographs. They're a little flattering of width, size and nature of roadways by comparison with the reality of being there. I must say my considerable thanks must also go to the Planning Committee clerk and the time spent yesterday trying to upload the picture, which I hope you've all got in front of you, which is an important part of the discussion today. That picture is in the supplement. Unfortunately, council systems do not allow the upload of the video. And can I ask the chair to take that particular issue forward as a consideration? Because I do believe that having a video which is only filmed on an iPhone should be available to all members. It's not exactly high tech these days, but it does seem to be something which is lacking. That picture is one still from the actual video that was taken. I raised and asked this to come back for redirection for really two particular reasons. Public interest, fundamental. This is a test today of NDP. Let's be absolutely clear. Thank you very much to the Parish Council and those who've spoken from the parish. This is a parish, this is a community that has real community interest at heart. It is, as you found yesterday, somewhat remote. It is distant from the centre of things, if one may use that phrase, of Hereford. It is therefore a community that looks after itself, looks into itself, helps everybody there. And the Parish Council has some of the highest attendances I've seen on planning issues. I can assure you that the Parish Council, when considering this, was suitably packed out with people looking, commenting, and viewing all the plans and everything that was related to it. There is true engagement. The figure that the Parish Councillor Steve Jones gave you of the number of people involved in the NDP in the first place, approving it and passing it, is testimony to that. So fundamentally, the NDP is a test here today, and that NDP was very clear. As has been said, there is no doubt that the site is one that can be used for development. There's no suggestion that that is not the case. The point being raised is the type and nature of that development. This is speculative development. Let's be absolutely clear. This is development of houses that will sell for the maximum amount of money, not necessarily the benefit of that community. That community has set out what it deems is necessary for it to thrive, for it to grow. Now, I have to add that yesterday I raised the point about the school in the village, and I thought I'd better just check what the figures were for the school as to pupillage at the moment. The current academic year has 72 pupils in the main school, 11 children in pre-application, preschool provision, sorry. But its PAN number is only 54. So for those of you who are used to these things, that's the published admissions number. In other words, it already isn't big enough to cope with what population it has. So actually adding more houses into the village is just adding fuel to a fire, or shall I say, it will be something that I will be bringing forward in some committee elsewhere to say we need to build more school facility at this site. And yet again, we're going to be in the situation of infrastructure not in place when we're granting planning permission and growing. Completely cart before horse. The second point I wish to raise with you, which I think is really important, and I'm not an expert in sewage. I have to say it's something into which I have become and have an interest because of the problems of rivers and the disposal and the nature of it. And I therefore have to take note of Welsh Water and their comment. But any of you who've actually taken the time to read the permit for that particular sewage disposal plant will see why Welsh Water can say they've got capacity, for the very simple reason they're allowed to discharge over the limit of the capacity of that site. It allows them to discharge in exceptional circumstances, and you have a very good example of that in the picture that I've sent you and you would have had in the video. In other words, to the layman, that is unacceptable. And if I take this morning's headlines in the paper, it would appear that the newly formed authority that is responsible for the dealing with these things, the Office for Environmental Protection, has every intention of taking action and making sure that that happens. And I think this might be one which I'll be referring to that particular office in the very near future as something that needs to be dealt with. I'd also refer you to Chris Whitty's article the other day talking about sewage in waterways as a serious public health risk. I believe that somebody of the nature of Chris Whitty, Chief Medical Officer for England, who wrote the article with Emma Howard-Boy, the chair of the Environment Agency, should be somebody that we should be listening to in that regard. So sewage, water. It has been said that there is an adequate water supply, and as indeed the agent for the applicant has just said, it is possible that there will be ways in which that might be attended to. What's failed to be said is it's not just that particular site. It is that the whole village has a problem with water supply. So you might improve the flow to one site, but what I'm looking for is an improvement to the whole village, because at times the water supply is currently inadequate. There will need to be an adequate water supply. You cannot build houses without proper sewage, proper water, and I might add, I was somewhat surprised to have pointed out to me that when I looked at the environmental nature of the houses themselves, there is comment, I believe, and I'm happy to be corrected here, about the aspect of the solar panels or the use of other forms of energy conservation not being appropriate. That seems in this day and age somewhat backward, to say the least. So we have houses of the wrong size not required and not in keeping with the NDP. We have them probably not of an energy efficiency value. We have an inadequate sewage disposal system that to the layman, and I think that is simply by the way in which the permits are written and the pictures, which are frequent. I could bring you other pictures of that sewage unit failing and show you how the overflow occurs as soon as the stormwater gets to a certain level. Note that it is the problem of these many of the villages that stormwater and sewage mixes because of the ancient nature of some of these sewers. I might add there's no phosphate stripping, which of course is something which is pertinent to our current discussions in council about the River Wye and all the tributaries. And then there's an inadequate water supply and the school needs more places. So I quite simply, Chairman, put it to you that I think this application should be rejected as a current proposal. Please note, this site is one that has been accepted for the purposes of some development. It is the nature, the type, and unfortunately the timing with regard to infrastructure that is in question. If that is not the wish of the committee, then conditions should be imposed to ensure that sewage is properly dealt with, water is dealt with, and the school is given the capacity it needs to handle any further children before any housing is commenced. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Can I now invite debate? Councillor Lockwood.
Thank you, Chair. The site for 6 houses has absolutely stunning views, and we even enjoyed the privilege of seeing our feathered friend, the red kite. Fabulous. Right, I note the scheme has been amended twice, from 10 houses down to 6 houses. 1 5-bedroom house, 3 4-bedroom houses, 2 3-bedroom houses. Not what could be described as affordable housing. The 2 most worrying issues are the water pressure, which is an existing problem for residents. Therefore, 6 more dwellings will increase the demand for water and can only exacerbate the problem. Secondly, the sewer overflows after heavy rainfall. The sewer was built over 40 years ago and functioned well, I dare say, 40 years ago, but cannot cope now. I believe the water issues need to be addressed fully and satisfactorily in the first place before a housing development can be considered. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Norman.
Thank you. Start by also mentioning the visit, which was very dramatic and absolutely incredible. Never having been down that way, been on the top and seen it all from the from walking along the Office Dyke and so on, but never having been down into Longtown. It was a wonderful experience. Really appreciated and enjoyed it. But it also, gave us the context, a better understanding of the context to address this whole issue. I'll begin by echoing the comments made about sewage and about water. Clearly, this is a really fundamental part of this whole business that we need to get right, and it's not right at the moment. I was trying to sort out within the in the report the comment from Welsh Water. We consider the proposal to be premature and therefore object to the development. That appears to be about the water supply, but I think we can also agree that it probably should apply to the concerns about sewage, overflow and so on. And this is not unique. We come across this frequently, even in Leicester where I live. It is an endless issue at certain times. The system cannot cope. We get this appalling, disgusting overflow, which is extremely unpleasant for everybody, and astonishes me that it still continues. And as we know, it often is also going into our rivers. So that is a huge concern, I think. To come back also to the actual development and the housing that's proposed, it's also been said, completely agree, quite inappropriate for this site and totally not what the local community would like. We say we set great store by the national development, the development plan, and yet when it's clear what is wanted, we don't seem to be able to support that. This is not unique. Again, we hear this from so many communities and parishes. They know what they want. They know what's best for their community. They know what is needed, not just wanted. And yet we don't seem to be able to meet those needs all too often. So that's a great concern. The design, we never seem to get that right either. It never seems to reflect or take note of the really special character of some of the places we're talking about, the distinctiveness that we that goes with this place, the setting, the background, all the rest of it should be part of all that. So for those, and also we've heard from Historic England, strong concerns about what is proposed, the detail of the design. Local councillor has mentioned the not really acceptable levels of sustainability, housing development itself. Why are we not automatically going for passive house, for example? Why are we not automatically including grey water management? All those sort of things should be absolutely standard. And yet, unfortunately, all too often that is not the case. There are some positives. It's a big village.
Thank you, Councillor Norman.
Sorry, okay, thank you. It is sustainable, but it's the actual design and type of housing. Thanks.
Right. Any others? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just also in agreement with my colleagues around drainage. I think what's really jumped out of me, unfortunately I couldn't go to the site yesterday, is the disparity between the land drainage officer's comments and Welsh Water's comments, and at the same time the Historic England's report and the landscape officer's report. There's a real disconnect between the two. So from an MPPF issue and then NDP issue, there, thank you. Okay. Yeah, that should be better. Okay. So I think that this is showing that the local plan isn't kind of fitting in between the MPPF and the local development plan. My issues are also is that looking into the reports is that there's a lot of redaction within the preliminary ecology appraisal on page 15, 16, 20 and 22, because I'm not a bat expert and I know that the chair makes comment about my batty interest, but yeah, it's that my understanding is that with hedgerows is that there should be a 5 metre between the actual building, the wall of a building and the hedgerow, because there have been 79 records identified of bats foraging in the area. And there's going to be a negative impact on reptile species, but I'd like to actually know what was redacted, because it does, was there something else in there? I'm not going to repeat what else has been said. I think, yes, the site has been identified for building, but the NDP has made it quite clear, low density, single story, retaining the view of the hill and keeping within medieval, medieval quarters. And I think for the future of food security, it's just so disappointing that, So I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Mill.
Yeah, is this development large enough to generate any 106 money?
No.
No.
Right, are there any more speakers? Councillor Mill.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It will come as no surprise as a historic environment specialist that I'm very interested in the archaeology, and I do recognise that the applicant has commissioned quite a lot of work from Archaeology Wales. However, in view of the extensive research done by particularly Martin Cook and Neil Kidd, who published recently a wonderful book about the castle and its environs, and showed through a specific, very careful research evaluation that a long time based upon a Roman fort, probably the Historia Scapula campaign of the sort of Claudian period, serviced by a Roman road which very likely runs through the edge of the site. And I just wonder, the evaluations, unless it's targeted to answering specific questions, very often doesn't comes up with the answers that commissioning agents want, rather than necessarily the answers that archaeologists would be able to give. So it is an undoubtedly, I recognise that it's not a form of designated site, but it is within a very an area, but both a very high landscape and high archaeology potential. Enough said on the archaeology. I would, without repeating comments from particularly Councillor Norman, very much confirm her view that this is a site which it has very, very high landscape value. It's within the site of the A and B, indeed, of the national park from Hackle Ridge. And if we need to make absolutely sure that designs of the first quality, where use of natural materials, particularly the local stone, which has its wonderful ability to cause buildings in the locality that just disappear into the landscape, rather than using rendered elevations. I recognise that some tokenistic application of stone has been put forward in this scheme. The landscape also maintain reservations about this, as indeed I do. So I would expect that more effort to be made in that regard, and that I think it probably consumes my 3 minutes. But thank you very much. My mind is open, but I've said enough. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Councillor Mill. Next speaker. Sorry.
What is the point of having an NDP if it can be overridden and the local council's opinions not taken into consideration? I thought the aim was to listen to the.
Perhaps Mr. Bishop might like to say something on that.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, officers consider that the proposal is in line with the requirements of the NDP and the policies contained within it. That's why it's recommended for approval.
I mean, so much of planning is rather subjective. I have to bear that in mind. Right. I mean, it was, I believe, reduced from a higher number density, 10 to 6. Was that subject to public pressure or?
That was taking into account the objections and issues that were raised, that they went back and revisited the members and the layout on site to address those concerns raised, hence the amended plans and amended documentation.
Chair, and was this taken back to the parish council?
Yes, their comments will be reproduced in the report.
Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think my mic's working. Site visit yesterday, as we walked to farm site, you can see the housing type that's in that immediate vicinity. They are all large houses. They are all big houses. They've all got at least 2 off-road car parking spaces with them. How it would be seen that this area should have bungalows or smaller houses, that would be in complete contrast with everything that's around there. And we were noting it. There was a couple of colleagues we were all looking and looking at the size of these. They were virtually all detached units. So I do think that they are. The proposal is within keeping with what is in the immediate vicinity. That is just how it came across to me. The only thing is there's lots and lots of weight must be given to what I always class as local knowledge. Now we've got a very large round of applause for Councillor Jinman's words. And there's a lot of people attending, so there is a lot of local concern and therefore a lot of local knowledge. Now that local knowledge has come forward in the issues to do with water supply. Now, if all these houses all turn the tap on at once to have a shower, have a bath, washing machine, is the pressure going to drop somewhere else? You know, it happens in my house, so it's bound to happen in the village. So that must be overcome. But then we have reports in here in the document saying that it is acceptable. Now, we can't commission and take stock of professional bodies and statutory consultees and then ignore them, because otherwise there's no point in asking them in the first place. But I do put an awful lot of weight on local opinion. As it stands, I will be voting with officer recommendation and trusting that the conditions shown in the document are adhered to, and therefore they deal with it. The committee can only consider what's put in front of them. And if the local feeling is that this isn't the right housing type, the right size, and you know, I'm a great advocate of social housing, affordable housing. I think the only way that you keep the school going and the shop going, and my favourite, the local pub going, is by having young families there. I will say though, there won't be any young families in Longtown area that can afford to buy the 3-bed, let alone the 4 and the 5. That is a sad thing, but we can only deal with what is in front of us. So I will be going with officer recommendation today.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I think whatever the decision of the committee is, we have to be careful over it's been inappropriate for that area, because for the reasons that the Vice Chairman outlined, there were a lot of large houses within that particular area. I personally think it's very sad that we can't have 10 or probably a dozen affordable houses on that particular site, but we are where we are, and we have to deal with it under national planning guidance and planning laws and our own planning laws. But right, more members, please. There are none.
Sorry,
Oh,
can I
Councillor.
have a second?
Yeah.
Right, thank you. I would like to propose deferral until the water situation is addressed.
I think they're probably covered in the conditions.
Is it?
That means you, sorry, Councillor Foxton. I believe you're referring to potable water.
Sorry?
Potable water, drinking water. Drinking.
Yes.
Yeah, that's covered by a recommendation of a condition from the from Welsh Water, and it's condition number 2. It's on below number 2 within your papers. It requires, before any development takes place on site, that they have well, I'll read it out. Before any work approved under permission commences, works to improve and upgrade the existing public water supply has been completed and written confirmation has been issued to the local planning authority. So they can't do anything on site whatsoever until there's an agreement and the water supply is in, upgraded water supply is in place.
That's been moved. Okay, has she moved to defer? You wish to, Councillor Upson? You moved it. Is that seconded?
Is it?
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, it has been superseded by the conditions, but I mean, it's up to you.
Yes, yes, I would.
Well, continue.
Yes.
Is that seconded? Seconded, right. We'll move on now to it. Are there any other speakers? Can I have Councillor Watson?
Sorry, Councillor Coxon. I would actually like to propose a deferment, but my deferment is with regard to the application and the design of the housing in order to meet with NPPF 194, 193, 192, 190, 189 and the Longtown NDP 1C, 2A, 2B and 2D. So if the house design could fit in with the medieval, historic design, then yeah, that would be my deferral to request a redesign on the housing with including rainwater harvesting with passive housing, and especially as Parish Council has declared a climate and ecological emergency, please.
Planning officers, do you want to comment on that?
Well, the application has been brought here for a decision to be made on the application. If you're not happy with that decision, with that recommendation before you, then you should put forward a recommendation, not deferral.
Okay, I put a recommendation to refuse.
We need reasons.
Yeah, for the reasons that I've given in terms of NPPF 194, 193, 192, 190, 189, and the Longtown NDP 1C, 2A, 2B and 2D in terms of house design and for historic purposes.
Yeah. We need that to be enhanced, I'm afraid. We can't just quote policies. We need to be enhanced as the reason why the application should be refused.
Okay. Well, this is where I'm going to call upon yourselves as officers to offer some examples if my refusal is seconded by another councillor.
Refusal or deferment?
Refusal. I'm going to go for a refusal because I can't defer it because the application being looked at today is actually, but I need to just do my research to look at all the policies that I can put into. But I'm sure that because I'm not a planning officer, but I'm sure that I am calling for your help and assistance with this too.
Can we get legal, please? Because I think we're getting into rather difficult situation here.
Simon, can you hear us? You need to unmute.
Here we go. Thank you. Kevin's position on the deferral is absolutely right. You simply could not propose a deferral in this situation. In terms of refusal, I think members need to be quite careful here. You're not the design police of Herefordshire. That's not your role. So you may not like the design. You might, and I fully understand the point of saying we would prefer to see smaller dwellings. Of course, once you start doing that, that has knock-on impacts in terms of the landscape, the density of the dwellings, and I'm sure the planning officers can speak more eloquently on that than I can. But you need to be very careful if you're proposing refusal for this in terms of what you're wanting to achieve here. If it is that it isn't the right sort of dwellings for this sort of area, that's okay, but where are you backed up on that particular point in either the local NDP or in the Herefordshire plan? And I don't think I've been pointed to anything specific that says that there is a particular need identified in either of those plans for this more smaller scale, affordable dwelling of a more intensive nature on this particular site. If somebody can point us to that, that might be a way in which you could actually refuse this. But simply saying we'd rather we had something else is not determining the application on its merits, if you follow my drift here. And that's what you're there to do. You're there to determine the applications before you. I hope that's helpful.
Mr. Bishop, you want?
Thank you, Chairman. Members have discussed and mentioned, I know perhaps Councillor and Councillor Jimman have identified the size of the houses, etc. If you look at the housing market area figures and the requirements for that, which is a report which was July 2021, so a very recent report taken over from a report which was over 10 years old. You'll see that the requirement for open market, and whilst I've heard the discussion about affordable housing, etc., this is not a scheme at the present time which can provide you with affordable housing because it is below the figures. So therefore, you would look at the open market housing figures alone. The open market housing figures alone propose that in this market area, you have 30% 2 beds, 50% 3 beds, and 15% 4 beds and above. So if you equate that to the 6 you propose, you should have 2 3 beds, 3 3 beds, and 1 4 bed. Undoubtedly, a redesign of this scheme, introducing more smaller properties, will undoubtedly bring open market properties, will bring about a potential for a higher density scheme, or a higher number of units, potentially, I would suggest. But on the information that you've discussed today, one of the key factors which potentially could be put forward as defendable is the housing mix which is proposed, which could be considered contrary to H3 and RA2 of the core strategy. You would throw in the long-term local plan as well, LGPC, is it? 2, I think it is, on scale of the development. So those are the areas which I would suggest you would look to major on. The issue with the sewage, Councillor Rowan is quite correct. Welsh Water have confirmed no objections. That is, they have capacity to take the sewage from this site. There is the issue is surcharging, which happens on all sewage works. And yes, that may well be looked into, but it's a surcharge which creates this issue. We would not be able to defend our position as an appeal on that particular issue when you've got the statutory authority confirming no objections. The potable water area is quite clearly covered by a condition requiring the developer to invest with Welsh Water to bring to upgrade the potable water into the development site, and which would mean that site couldn't be developed until that happened. Thank you, Chairman.
Proposal for approval.
Proposal, can you clarify now?
I'm very grateful to Mr. Bishop for outlining, and I've just seen it actually within the officer's report as well, and agree that it's it goes against RA2 in terms of maintaining and strengthening local sustainable communities, and within the Longtown NDP number 2, which is where it says that the design of new buildings are locally distinctive and avoiding an urban appearance. So I think that for me, those are 2, and there may be others. I'm sure that Peter Jimman might, the ward member may also suggest some, as with my colleagues around the table, but they're the 2. So I'm grateful to Mr. Bishop for for highlighting.
Bishop, you want to comment on that? I do suggest, members, it's better to have one or two defensible conditions than have a whole read, because I think you do harm to your case if you do that. Okay, Mr. Bishop.
I think that there's a suite of reasons there which we could utilise if the application is refused with the member, sorry, the proposer and the seconder be prepared to allow that to be formed into a reason for refusal, utilising those words with and in your agreement with the chairman as well.
Need a second.
Yeah.
Is that seconded?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay. Right. If that is the case, do you want anything further to be said? I don't think anybody wishes to speak again.
The only point I would make, Chairman, is that the scheme did provide for smaller units originally, but due to the nature of the way the proposal evolved during the discussions and negotiation, etc., that was dramatically reduced, and that's what removed I believe it was three 2-beds were originally proposed on that. That's what removed the from the scheme to provide for an acceptably designed and laid out scheme. But if that's members' wishes, then so be it. Thank you.
Right. Can I now go to the local member to sum up?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much to committee. Thank you to all who contributed today. In summing up, I'm just simply going to make a couple of points that I think are pertinent. This is a speculative development. It's not in keeping. We've said all throughout that the local NDP, whilst it accepts the nature of dwellings should be on that site, it's there for having dwellings on the site, but not for the nature of the ones that have been put forward. Thank you to, indeed, the planning officer for pointing out the latest piece of information with regard to that, which I think makes the point even better. I would refute completely the fact that if you walk through somewhere and it looks as though it's got those sorts of housing, that's the sort of housing that should continue thereafter. That is a spurious argument and is not one that I think should be allowed to stay on the table. You should always view that particular development in the light of whatever is appropriate on the site on which it is placed. I note with interest the comments regarding sewage, and I set before you the reason that Welsh Water are able to say what they are able to say, but I refute the fact that it is fit for the purpose. It is not fit for the purpose in the eye of any beholder who sees that picture, and should you have been able to see it, the video of the contents of Longtown's best, shall I say, coming out down that river and into the river as a consequence of any water falling from the heavens, as it's doing an increasing amount and in increasing severity. May I suggest that if the condition for water supply is indeed imposed, that should be for the village, not for the development. There is a danger here that you will have Peter robbing Paul, that you will have water supply improved for any new development, but consequently losing it further up the village. That is not acceptable and should not be an aim. I would ask the committee, therefore, to reject completely in its current form, and that is my point here, in its current form, this particular planning application, and thereby show that you support local NDPs and the considerable effort and time that has gone into putting that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a proposal. We now have a proposer and seconder for refusal on the conditions as outlined earlier. Can I ask for those in favour, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 7, 7.
Those against?
1, 2.
1 abstention. Okay, then that is carried. Can I now have a 10-minute break? Please be back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back to the meeting following an adjournment. In a change of procedure for speaking, I have allowed extra time and additional speakers for parish councils, objectors and supporters. Each category of speaker is allowed 9 minutes in total to address this meeting. I request that the public speakers speaking on behalf of the parish council join the meeting. That's Mr. Pask, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Marrow. Thank you. Following those submissions by the parish councils, I will ask them to speak. Now I'll move on to the case officer who will make the presentation, Mr. Ollie Jones, for this particular application.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning, members. Everybody here today.
No, good morning.
No.
Different one. Worse. It's that seat.
Yeah.
Somewhere else, Ollie. So, very good morning to members. Thank you to those who attended the site visit yesterday. I hope that proved useful in contextualising the site. Just first of all, I would draw members' attention to the committee update sheet. A response from the MOD confirms that they raised no objection to the application. Further representation has also been received from the applicant's agent. This again has been considered by officers and does not raise any new material planning considerations which are not covered in the report already. The application is made in full and seeks planning permission for the change of use of land to form an aerodrome, which would consist of the continued use of the grass airstrip, the reuse of an existing barn as hangarage and maintenance, and associated landscaping throughout the site. So, as illustrated by the red star on the slide, the application site is situated at Lyde Court, an established wedding venue within the parish of Lyde, approximately 3.5 miles to the north of Hereford City. It's accessed via a private road, which is taken from the minor road, which leads from the A4103 Rowan Road north through Munstone and north to Lyde, where it joins the A49. Have the next slide, please. As members will note from the slide, the site includes the grass airstrip, access to it, and the existing barn proposed for hangarage. The aerial imagery at the bottom of the site illustrates the site's open countryside location with surrounding agricultural land. You can make out the access to Lyde Court off the Lyde Munston Road to the west, rather, to the left-hand side. And the eastern side is the Hereford Shrewsbury Railway Line, and just to its east, the Hereford Sutton Bodnam Road. The nearest properties are around 500 metres to the north at Lower Lyde, 350 metres to the west at New Cottages on the Lyde Road, 550 metres to the southwest at Lyde Cross, where the private access is taken. A similar distance to the south, and just out of shot there are the residential properties at Shellick. To the east, Hawthorne Farm lies around 3/4 mile away on the Sutton Road. The site is not subject to any national landscape designations, nor are there any designated heritage assets on the site. The site is not at risk from flooding. A public right-of-way runs along an east-west access to the northern side of the site, but does not cross it. And the next slide, please. So again, the site location plan. The area of the existing barn to be used for hangarage associated with the proposed change of use of the land there in the middle. And then the final drawing to the right just shows the existing hard standing access from the barn proposed for hangarage to the airstrip, which has been reseeded to grass. So it's currently just covering over, as members were seeing yesterday. So next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide shows the sole access to Light Court from the Munston Line Road at Light Cross. So just veering up there to the right on the corner. Next slide, please. This is taken sort of approximately 3/4 along of the way along the access to Light Court. It's useful in demonstrating the topography of the locality and indeed the grass airstrip itself. So the localized ridge, as indicated at the bottom right photo, is showed the top of the airstrip. It's known as Patch Hill, which rises to about 115 metres above sea level. And as you'll see, it affords extensive views eastwards, sort of across low-lying areas of central Herefordshire. And then moving from the bottom right photograph, moving clockwise, pan eastwards. You'll note the undulating nature of the topography, with the airstrip sloping down from west to east before rising again at its eastern extremity. So kind of essentially forms a sort of bowl shape, and there'll be small photos that will demonstrate that further in the presentation. Light Court sits beneath the road within a grouping of trees as shown in the photograph, indicated by the red circle. That's the one at the top, because I think the thing's just stirring back, the top left one. You can just make that Light Court behind those trees to the left-hand side. So next slide, please. So here we can see the grass airstrip. So looking in an easterly direction in the top left photo, and then in a westerly direction in the bottom right. And again, hopefully this provides some contextualization of the nature of the airstrip and the site. Next slide, please. So the top left shows the access to the airstrip. That's the existing hard standing, which is being laid to grass. So we're essentially looking in a southerly direction away from Light Court. And as I mentioned earlier, you can see the dip there in the landfall midway, so essentially midway along the airstrip. And then the bottom right photo is taken just to the north of the above and shows some of the existing portal frame buildings at Light Court. As members will have seen yesterday, given the established use of Light Court as a wedding venue, these buildings are used for storage in connection with that use. But the open fronted building that can be seen is that which the application seeks change of use to form hang bridge facility and general maintenance in association with the proposed use. And I think the next slide is just the final set of photographs. So yeah, top again, we can see the open-sided portal framed building proposed to be used for hang bridge as I've set out. Worth pointing out that this is the only building on the site which would be used in connection with the change of use of the land as an airstrip. The extensive range of remaining buildings would continue to serve the existing wedding enterprise and do not form part of this application. I don't know if there's another slide. I think this is the last one. The development plan in this location comprises the Herefordshire Local Plan core strategy. Pipe and Light have not progressed to neighbour development plan. The National Planning Policy Framework is also a significant material consideration. There are no policies of the development plan directly relevant to aviation. However, policies E4 and RA6 are relevant insofar that the proposed change of use to support an existing enterprise and would be development within Herefordshire countryside. The policy context, however, is more extensively set out within the committee report. An assessment of the proposed use is set out comprehensively in paragraph 7.4 to 7.32 of the committee report. In summary, the key issues relate to the proposal's impact on the general amenity of the area. This includes determining whether the scale and nature of the proposed use is commensurate to and appropriate within this open countryside location, and also whether there would be any adverse impacts on residential amenity. The proposed use would be in connection with the existing wedding venue at Light Court, allow for increased use of land for flying by the applicant, and also allow for visiting aircraft. It would therefore diversify an existing and established wedding venue, but also serve as a local, albeit low-key, aviation facility in its own right. The Civil Aviation Authority and government's general aviation strategy support the retention of small unlicensed aerodromes to offer appropriate facilities for the aviation community. This is given moderate weight as set out in paragraph 106 of the National Planning Policy Framework. And it requires that the general aviation strategy is taken into account, although paragraph 12 of the NPPF states that the development plan remains the starting point for decision making. The application has been supported by a noise impact assessment, which has been undertaken by a competent and professional acoustician. It undertook readings and assessments at 3 general locations. This has been comprehensively reviewed by the Council's Environmental Health Team, and I would refer members to their comments at paragraph 5.5 of the committee report. Furthermore, paragraph 7.13 to 7.21 of the report summarise the findings, which conclude that aircraft noise was inaudible at one of the location clusters and audible but not intrusive in the remaining 2 location clusters. When interpreting these findings in context of the National Planning Practice Guidance relating to noise, it is suggested that noise from aircraft at worst would be noticeable but not intrusive. This means that any noise heard could slightly affect the acoustic character of the area, but would not be such which would result in any significant any changes in residents' behaviour. So things such as staying indoors or keeping windows closed when there are aircraft in flight locally. In all other locations, other background noise was recorded as being commensurate or louder than aircraft noise. So this includes things like traffic, building works associated with the surrounding residential areas, other passing aircraft not associated with that of Light Court, and trains and railway noise. So with this in mind, and noting the absence of residential properties immediately close to the site, officers considered the proposal would not adversely impact upon the amenity of local residents and the general enjoyment of this countryside location. Now, pertinent to the consideration of this application is Class B of Part 4 of the General Permitted Development Order. And this allows the temporary change of use of the land for up to 28 days per year. And in 2021, this was actually increased to 56 days, and that was in response to the coronavirus pandemic. So as exemplified in this report, this means that the applicant has unfettered use of the land for any use except those that are excluded within the order for those number of days. Therefore, the use of the airstrip can be unrestricted for 28 days of the year. As set out, this forms a genuine fallback position for this application, and consideration should therefore be given to the impact of the permanent use of the land beyond the permitted 28 days. As I've explained, the noise impact assessment does not establish any adverse impact on the amenity of residential properties. Furthermore, the site is not conducive to all sorts of aviation activities by virtue of its unusual topography. For instance, aircraft can only take off in an easterly direction and land from the east. So this prevents many common training activities such as touch and go and looping taking place, which you would perhaps usually expect at other similar airstrips elsewhere. It also means the site is incredibly dependent on suitable weather conditions, as members would have realised yesterday when we were unable to witness and observe aircraft flying because of the wind. The site is therefore very self-limiting with respect to its use as an airstrip. Additionally, an extensive suite of safeguarding conditions are proposed and recommended, which would limit the extent of the use of the land considerably. These are shown at the end of the committee report for you, and are summarised at paragraph 7.23 of the report. So essentially the conditions would restrict the nature and type of aircraft to those which are fixed wing, have a single engine piston, with no other aircraft permitted. Only 2 helicopters would be allowed to visit per week. No night flying would be allowed, nor shall any training be permitted. Condition 12 sets out extensive restrictions on the number and hours when flying would be allowed, and stipulates that on weekends and bank holidays, there shall be no more than 15 flights per day. And that's inclusive of takeoff and landing. So the airstrip would operate as an unlicensed aerodrome, although the applicant would still be required to follow the best practice guidance as prepared and prescribed by the Civil Aviation Authority, who actually raised no objection to this application. For context, there are around 800 unlicensed aerodromes in the United Kingdom, and this would include those that operate within and outside of the 28-day permitted change of use. So some obviously would not benefit from planning permission, but others have planning permission and are potentially likely to be subject to controls and restrictions as here recommended. So the acceptability of the principle of the proposed use of the land is inextricably linked to its impact on residential amenity and the general enjoyment and setting of this open countryside location. It is judged that aircraft noise is limited not to cause any discernible impact on residential amenity. The proposal would provide some benefits in terms of enhancing an existing and established wedding venue, but also attract some further visits to Hereford and the wider county. Noting the fallback position, the proposal would provide an extremely well-regulated and appropriate level of use of the site. And with that in mind, the principle is therefore considered to be acceptable. Moving on, the transportation manager raises no objection to the application and it is not considered that the proposal would give rise to any severe cumulative impact on the local highway network when taking into account the existing use as a wedding venue and the trip generation that is formed from this. Although it cannot be controlled, it is envisaged that aircraft would fly to the site with any onward travel where it happens, being by way of car or taxi, as opposed to instances whereby aircraft are loaded onto trailers and move on from there. It's also worth mentioning, noting some of the objection and representations that we've received into the fire safety, is that the existing access would remain unaltered and there would be no impediment to the access of emergency service vehicles should they be required. So hopefully yesterday members would have noted the sort of spacious arrangement between the buildings that would allow for sort of seamless access of emergency service vehicles to access the site and the airstrip should the need arise. The applicant has also adheres to a fire risk assessment which has been submitted and also follows general best practice guidance as set out with respect to the requirements of the Civil Aviation Authority. Moving on, and as set out within the report, no issues or policy conflict is identified when having regards to archaeology or the historic environment. Given the limited amount of operational development proposed, together with the landscaping, which includes the reseeding of existing hard standing as shown on the slides, and wildflower planting, as you members will have seen yesterday, there is judged to be no detrimental impact to visual amenity, nor would it detract from the otherwise open landscape character surrounding Light Court. Paragraph 7.53 to 7.61 sets out that the proposal would not have any adverse impact on ecology or protected species and explains officers' considerations with respect to screening the application out of any further habitat regulations assessment processes. So to conclude, the principle is considered acceptable on the basis that there is judged to be minimal impact on amenity, including on residential properties nearby and the overall enjoyment of the countryside. This is supported by a noise impact assessment, which is given weight and responds in an objective, evidence-based manner to the concerns raised locally with respect to noise impact. Despite many of the mitigation measures identified by the applicant being best practice, the safeguarding conditions proposed are comprehensive and significantly control the nature and frequency of the use, preventing any unwanted activity or proliferation in use which could have the potential to cause adverse effects. In conclusion, officers consider that the planning at balance lies demonstrably in favour of granting planning permission, subject to a strict set of conditions to mitigate those matters identified within the committee report that could potentially weigh against the proposal. As such, the proposal in the round is representative of sustainable form development and it is recommended that planning permission is granted as detailed in the committee report, subject to the conditions as set out. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Right, thank you. Now I'll ask for, first of all, the parish councillors. They have 9 minutes between. We've got 3 parish councils involved in this. First of all, Mr. David Cooper.
Yes. There were 80 objections, including 7 parish councillors, which shows this aerodrome is not wanted by the community. The majority of supporters live outside the area and are fellow pilots, employees or service providers to the venue. The proposal conflicts with core strategy SS6. Increased use of the airstrip does negatively impact the tranquil rural amenity. The suggested reduction in number of flights still amounts to 1,820 flights per year based on the 35 flights in only 1 week. And the 25 flights per day weekdays and 15 flights on weekends means that a 35 weekly target could be used up in a day and a half. We believe this makes these conditions unenforceable. If the committee approve the application, we think the restriction should be simplified just to a maximum 35 flights per week. The proposal conflicts with core strategy SS7 and does not support the desire to reduce climate change. It is not a sustainable travel option. Light aircraft have a high level of pollution per passenger and do not promote sustainable travel into Hereford. This is dismissed by the case office report, suggesting that if the application is refused, then the 28 period could still theoretically allow the applicant to fly 65 flights per day, which is also 1,820 flights per year, including that pollution will be no worse. We believe 65 flights a day would be impossible. The community would rather have the 28-day rule and have 11 months of relative peace and quiet. Lycourt and the surrounding land is owned by the Duchy of Cornwall, who were unaware and did not give permission for this work to be started. In June 2020, construction started and cutting down of hedgerows, removing of reed beds and redirecting public rights of way took place. Google Earth in 2020 clearly showed the presence of reed bed hedgerows still in place prior to construction. The Duchy has reiterated they have not given consent or approval and that planning laws have been breached. There were 105 flights over 67 days in 2021, and flying ceased in August after the Duchy and planning enforcement stopped these flights. This relatively small number of flights is small compared to the suggested 1820 flights, but was still enough to create such a level of noise and disturbance for so many objections. This 35 flights per day represents an increase of 1,800% on 2021 levels. I think it's if approving this retrospective application, when it would almost certainly have failed if work had not been started, I believe sends the wrong message. Please reject this application.
Mr. Marron.
I speak for Wellington, Chairman. Thank you very much. Wellington reiterates our unanimous objection to the application. I have the full support of my council for my work. The applicant seeks approval for retrospective formalisation. It is retrospective of the changed use of the land to a regular aerodrome and for a large number of flights. The justification offered by the applicant is that the aerodrome has operated for a number of years and that the expansion formalisation will bring significant tourist and business traffic to the county, as well as the applicant's existing business. There are numerous specific and detailed objections which have already been made. They're listed out by my colleagues. In responding to the objections, the applicant subsequently advised in a statement on the 22nd of March that in practice there will be few flights and that very little traffic will be generated by the activities of the proposed aerodrome. That statement is in direct contradiction to the applicant's own arguments made for approval of proposals, that the proposals have the potential to generate an increase in traffic arriving in Hereford on flights for tourism and business visitors. The applicant cannot reasonably maintain both positions. If there are to be few flights and little traffic, the 28-day rule would seem to be perfectly applicable. Regardless of the applicant's apparently contradictory statements, the number of flights and the movements for which approval is sought in the governing documents remains unchanged. Approval is sought for up to 6 flights in a 1-hour period and for up to 30 flights per day with a maximum of 180 flights per week. That's the approval being sought. Regardless, the planning officer's advice is to approve an intermediate number of flights spread across the whole year. That generates almost all of the harms identified within the objections, but it reduces any economic and tourism advantage. Planning officer admits that the council has no means to monitor or enforce such a scheme or to identify and penalise transgression. Wellington regards that option as unworkable. Wellington PC therefore reiterates the objections to the application. We believe the application should be assessed and determined based on the actual number of flights for which approval is sought and the impact of that number of flights on the residents, on the local environment, on transport infrastructure and the emergency services. The application should be refused. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now can I ask Mr. Pask?
Mr. Chairman of the Planning Committee, I speak for Applicant Parish Council. We are vehemently opposed to the application.
We've already given a full response with details of our objections. In the time available here, we can only summarise them. The single track road which serves Lyde Court is already a safety concern for pedestrians, cyclists and road users. There is a national speed limit, however, the road has very limited opportunity for passing. There are no pavements and the council only cut the bridges once a year. There is no public transport available in the vicinity of Lyde Court, and any increase to business of either the lighting or the proposed aerodrome would generate significant additional traffic upon a single track country road. The applicant has stated his bookings are already up by 60% next year due to preemptive offering of flights to wedding guests. The impact on the roads cannot be overstated. Current users of the lane already experience difficulties with the current traffic level, which are exacerbated when there are incidents on the A49, which use the lane as a diversion route. Any increase in traffic would only add to this problem. Access for emergency vehicles is limited and of concern. There has been an incident of a 53-seater coach coming off the track. This caused significant disruption to local residents. The applicant alludes to the use of barrel bikes to mitigate the climate issue, while also stating that the pilots will be flying in from all over the UK. It is completely unrealistic to expect travellers to then cycle into town with their luggage. This travel option is completely unsustainable and contrary to many policies set by the council, including the environmental policy and moving towards net zero emissions by 2030. Residents who live in the parish and indeed surrounding parishes have reported significant noise disturbance, even while sitting in their homes at Lyde crossing the understand, as well as aircraft circling overhead. There is an intrusion and invasion of privacy to local residents. The character of the noise has not been taken into account, and in fact only one type of plane has been tested, a Piper Super Cub with Mr. Waring as pilot. The noise impact assessment does not allow for pilots revving other planes or helicopters. And we submit that these should also be subject to the noise impact assessment to get a true reflection. Shift workers, babies and others will have sleep during the day impacted. Many residents have relocated to the area due to the nature and tranquility. This application will affect their physical and mental well-being, limiting the amount that residents are able to enjoy their back gardens and open their windows. In fact, the flights will be more popular in fine weather, with coincide with people wishing to enjoy the outdoors, therefore disrupting their peaceful environment. Parishioners have objected to the effect that increased air traffic would have on the nearby wildlife, including horses and livestock. Mr. Waring has removed 40 metres of hedgerow and reed beds without planning permission being sought, or indeed consent from the landowner. Residents have reported aircraft spooking their herds, causing them to flee in fright, leading to abortion and injury to pregnant livestock. The application makes no sense environmentally and will forever change the tranquil intimacy of the environment, impacting on nature in the vicinity.
Right, thank you. We've had 9 minutes now. Great. Thank you. Okay, if you can take your seats back in the public gallery, I'll ask Dr. Richard Williams and Mr. Will Hanks and Mr. Waring to take their seats in the speakers gallery. Right. I'll start with Mr. Williams and Mr. Hanks.
Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My name, as you said, is Will Hanks, and I live on the Munston Road, about half a mile from the planned aerodrome. Before I start my objections to this scheme, I feel it is important for me to tell you that I am in no way anti-Lyde Court or the Waring family. They have created a commendable business, and I've accepted the increase in noise and traffic that this has created without complaint. However, I believe that this proposal is a step too far and will permanently damage the tranquility and rural nature of the area. Unless flying is your hobby, there are no benefits for locals from this scheme. And we, the locals, are left worrying about the increased traffic, the increased noise, and how the whole operation will evolve and possibly expand in the future. I feel a number of the submitted reports fail to represent the complete picture. For example, the conservation and ecology reports do not give sufficient weight to the environmental damage that has already occurred to the site. I remind you that this is a retrospective planning report. The present airstrip having been created by moving tons of soil, cutting down and grubbing up hedgerows, and filling in wet areas and hollows. I'm sure that if permission for this project had been sought prior to the earthworks being carried out, it will be rejected out of hand. Surely by giving permission retrospectively, the planning authorities will be giving a green light to other developers to behave in a similar way and get contentious projects through. It is also unbelievable to me in this day and age that there is so little concern about the carbon emissions in the report. Aeroplanes and helicopters are not carbon efficient forms of transport, and to encourage their use should be contrary to the council's response to the ever increasing climate emergency. This is especially true of a council like Hereford, which is commendably trying to become carbon neutral by the year 2030, and that's just 7.5 years away. Little regard is also given to the inevitable increase in traffic. Those of us who live in the area know how limited our local roads are and how busy they become when there is a wedding reception at Lycourt. Any further increase in traffic will make the situation considerably worse. The noise assessment to me is subjective. The planner's narrative is that the planes will depart over Wergens Bridge and not buzz around over our homes and gardens. In reality, if you live in the area, this is not the case. When the aerodrome was operational, there was a noticeably more plane activity and accompanying noise in the skies above our homes. I note that helicopter noise is not taken into account, and to be honest, I respectively disagree with the noise report totally. There's also little mention about safety issues. The landing strip, as has been already said by the planning officer, is a bowl shape and climbs steeply up a hill, which seems an unconventional and hazardous way of landing. In fact, the strip had only been in use for a few weeks before the first crash occurred, with a light aircraft being written off. The landing strip actually forms part of a busy wedding venue, being within the same field that guests and wedding couples are invited to walk in for photograph opportunities and views. Surely this is a safety concern. The barns and formal gardens are also immediately adjacent, and any pilot miscalculation or error could result in multiple fatalities. I understand that the initial crash was blamed on free crosswinds. Perhaps this is a feature of the site. All the affected parish councils have objected to the proposal, along with a substantial number of local people. We are convinced that this proposal will blight our beautiful part of the world. With Shobdham Airport just a few miles away, surely it would make more sense to use the amenities there instead of creating a second aerodrome, which would threaten Shobdham's viability. I shall end with a heartfelt plea to the council and Mr. Waring to listen to our concerns and put a halt to this development. Thank you.
Dr. Williams.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'm a representative of Herefordshire's CPRE, and I should advise you that I'm not personally affected by this because I don't live in the locality, but I do live in Herefordshire. The most important issues raised by the objectors are listed at paragraph 6.7 of the officer's report. Among them are environmental concerns relating to carbon emissions, nuisance, if not noise volume, of up to 10 flights per hour, overcrowding of traffic and safety issues on the single track lanes around the site, and disturbance to the rural nature and tranquility of this area. You will be aware of the many reasons for the objection, clearly referenced to national and local planning policy. I'd like to focus on just one. Environmental concerns are the preeminent reason for the refusal of this application. Private aircraft are not carbon efficient. The whole enterprise is contrary to our national response to the climate emergency. A typical four-seater Cessna uses 8.6 gallons of fuel per hour emitting 75 grams of CO2 in that period. An average family saloon travelling at 50 miles an hour uses 1 gallon of fuel per hour, emitting 16 kilograms of CO2. An electric car emits 0 CO2. Pathway to Carbon Neutral, your excellent document, indicates the target to become carbon neutral by 2030 and recognises the huge challenge we face. One of the key changes identified is a reduction of emissions by behaviour change, and I quote, "This is a theme which has no boundary. It cuts across into the core of every service area. Changing the way the council thinks, decides and acts will undoubtedly be the most important factor over the next 10 years. In order to effect the change in emissions required, the way the council makes decisions is being updated to ensure the environment is at the heart of decision making. Additional relevant Herefordshire policy plans are SS7, MT1, SD1, E4 and LD2, and particularly relevant NPPF paragraphs are 8C, 11A, 152 and 154B. Whilst democracy is not a material planning matter, it has been noted that all 5 of the affected parish councils are objective, and of the 111 public representations, 86, that's 75%, are objections. All but 2 of the supporters are from postcodes entirely unaffected by the proposal. There seems little point in allowing parish councils and the public to make representations if their views are disregarded. Whatever the arguable benefits of this major development proposal, the odds are stacked against it, principally in terms of global, national and local carbon reduction policy and local public opposition. Mr. Chairman and committee members, I exhort you to show your commitment to the Herefordshire Carbon Management Plan, your own plan, the most important relevant council document of our times, recognising the huge part local communities have to play in reducing global carbon emissions. It is the biggest global challenge ever faced, and to approve the proposal before you would not only conflict with Herefordshire Council's policy, but indicate a lack of commitment to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, following that, we've had up to 18 minutes of speakers against the application. I'll allow a little bit of discretion to Mr. Waring as far as the time he's allowed. Mr. Waring, thank you.
Thank you for sitting to review this application today. I'm Gary Waring. I'm the applicant, and along with my family, we're proprietors of Live Court, a highly successful wedding and events venue. I'm also the proprietor of the Hereford Left Bank. I'm a pilot of over 40 years' experience. I was born in Herefordshire, and Herefordshire runs through my veins. I wouldn't do anything against Herefordshire. I am pro Herefordshire. My daughter Natalia Waring is she sits on the I'm not sure her exact title, but she basically sits on the national executive of the Green Party on the Policy Development Committee. My daughter helps write the policies for the Green Party. She would not let me do anything that isn't green. I would be toast. This application has a number of objections. But perhaps the principal focus is the desire to perhaps the principal focus is the desire to add unique quality to the wedding venue, but allowing for a small number of flights out of the venue. We know from experience that some couples choose Live Court because of the aeroplanes and the ability, weather permitting, to take a short flight as part of their celebration. We appreciate the application. It's generated a high degree of interest. But it's our opinion that many of the objections are based on speculative fear of the unknown. And I thought the best way to tackle these queries would be to use direct quotes taken from the Planning Officer's final assessment. I mean, in terms of the objections, there's a few people today. They quote 80 odd objections, but a lot of them were multiple from the same household. Mr. Cooper himself put in 4. You can't really keep double counting and quadruple counting the objections. And what actually happened is that a circular was sent out to the people of Shellick and beyond, encouraged them to put in an objection to this application, and that's how some of the objections came in, and those same people clearly haven't turned up today. because they were just doing it as they were scared into doing, I think, actually.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I do caution you to, on that.
Yeah, I'll give it a vote. Just extracts from the planning officer report. It's an unbiased report, really. It's from experts. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Just going through some points here. The sound and noise disturbance claims are unfounded. So just quoting from the planning officer, the planning officer stated in his report that the noise emitted from this will have no adverse effect on the enjoyment, quality of life, and overall amenity of surrounding residential properties and the countryside environment. Point number two, that we have not and will not be flying over local houses. So just here, the planning officer has acknowledged officially in his report that the flight path does not ever go over local houses, and says that given the aircraft have taken off into the northeast and land in the same direction, there is no need for aircraft to overfly these villages. I think the aircraft Mr. Hanks has referred to is certainly not my aircraft, because I don't overfly his house. I know exactly where he lives, and I do not overfly it. Thank you. Please. He states that this is the plan officer. He states that unlike most local level airstrips, it is therefore not possible for aircraft to undertake loops or perform touch and go exercises, naturally limiting the scope of the site. That's correct. The site is naturally restricted insofar of its topography and makeup, grass airstrip. This limits the type of flying activity that can take place and the direction of travel. Another point that there will not be planes flying in and out constantly. So just from the planning officer again here, the runway's use will be seriously restricted by weather, wind direction, daylight and water logging, plus planning condition limits. And the planning officer acknowledges in part when he says, during wet periods of weather, the waterlogging of the strip would make it unsuitable and unsafe for aircraft taking off and landing. Just going on from that a little bit as well, what else would restrict the flying from live call is that our wedding venue is, how do you phrase it? When somebody books live call, it's for their own use, sole use. It's a sole use venue, and on the day of the wedding, the bride and groom have sole use of live call. A lot of them won't want aircraft flying in and out of it on their wedding day. They might choose to have it, and that's their choice. But we won't be flying in and out willy-nilly on somebody else's wedding day, because it's their venue for the day, and that will restrict the number of flights quite considerably. Because 120 weddings a year, 30 of them might say, under no circumstances is somebody could fly out on my wedding. And we had one wedding actually where one of the guests wanted to fly in, and the bride said, no, he can't fly in because it's my wedding day, and basically said, I want to be the star of the show. As per CAA, Civil Aviation Authority regulations, the use of the site will be conducted in a way that best ensures safe flights at all times. The planning officer again acknowledged that high industry standards must be adopted on site. As standard, as he writes, there is no requirement for an airstrip to be licensed, but aircraft in use must be airworthy. Pilots must have a license and be appropriately qualified to follow the aircraft in question. Therefore, as a pilot is responsible for taking off and landing at an aerodrome. Such a site would not be used if it does not enable safe flights. The CAA have been quite clear in their support for the aerodrome and their approval of the procedures they're going to put in place. There will be no significant impact on the use of local highways. Again, the traffic officer report, I think, says in the planning officer report, he acknowledges that minimal impact on local roads, stating that access and traffic generation are not considered to be major constraints of the proposal, because the principle is that aircraft will fly to the site and the airstrip be used as a destination for incoming pilots, as opposed to a facility in which aircraft are taken on trailers to and from the site. I mean, in 2 years of flying from Live Court now, I have never actually known anybody fly into Live Court and transport on into Hereford and then come back again. It's just not happened so far. It will happen, but it's going to be very, very limited. Number 6, the amount of flying we're suggesting actually amounts to no more than permitted development rights would allow anyhow. I'll just, before I read my note, I'll just clarify that a little bit in how the number of flights proposed came about. Now, the number of proposed flights in the application has been superseded by the recommendations of the EHO, because we completely accept them. But what actually happened in the pre-application, realising that the most favourable times for neighbours for me to fly would be in the middle of the day, I proposed, I can't remember what the figures now, but I think it was something like 6 flights sort of morning or evening, and then unlimited flights in the daytime. Well, the EHO, when they were negotiating with the guy that did our sound report, they said you can't put unlimited flights in there, because that you've got to have a limit on it. It's got to be reasonable. And between the EHO and the guy that was doing the sound report, they decided that maybe 30 flights per day would be okay. So that is what went into our application. But in fact, that 30 flights a day is much more than I wanted, much more. And now the EHO have now, they've seen the complaints, they've reassessed what they thought, and they've put some proposals forward based on the various tests we've done, which, by the way, isn't in one aeroplane with me flying it. I haven't actually flown any of the tests. Had we have flown yesterday on the demonstration, that would have been the 4th different type of aircraft we've used for demonstrations. The one used for our own sound report was the Cessna 182. It's actually got, each aeroplane's got a noise certificate. The 182 was chosen because it's got a particularly high noise certificate. It's not my plane. It is one that has landed like in the past and will do it in the future. But it's not representative of my actual plane. My plane's quieter. But we put it in there so it wouldn't be contentious, because it was on paper quite a loud plane, and that's what the report was based on, quite a loud plane. The local air quality will not be affected by this proposal. The planning officer states the proposal is judged to be of a scale and nature which would not give rise to air quality issues in accordance with core strategy policy. I don't know whether we cover this later in the thing, but the problem with air pollution and aircraft is the big boys, the big aircraft. They're the ones that pile it out. They go up in the ozone layer. They destroy the ozone layer. Light aircraft, they've got a little contribution towards it, but it's generally regarded as pretty insignificant, really. It's nothing compared with the big boys, you know. Sorry. The proposal creates no increased risk of water contamination of the river or increased flood risk. I think that probably goes without saying, but it confirms that the planning officer confirms the proposed change of use of land would not generate any discernible increase in surface water or foul flows from the site. The planning and ecology team have conducted that there would be no potential pathways to impact the river SAC, and therefore it's not like there's no likely significant effect. Sorry, stop in the back.
Can I just say, we've gone over the 9 minutes, but I've allowed a little bit of discretion because of the fact that we've had 18 minutes of our decision. So if you could wind up fairly,
I could do this. Yeah. Yes, sorry, I will wind up. I'm therefore simply asking that you believe the conclusions made by the planning officer, as outlined in their report, as all of the objections have been addressed here. The planning officer states that officers consider that the planning balance lies demonstrably in favour of granting permission. The proposal in the round is representative of a sustainable form of development, and is recommended that planning permission is granted subject to the conditions as set out. We are more than happy with the conditions the planning officer has proposed and would happily implement those without question. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. If the speakers could now take their seats back in the gallery.
I don't know whether it's appropriate or not, but does anybody want to ask any questions?
No, it's not appropriate. Right, we'll now go on to the local member, who I believe is somebody online.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry I can't be in the room with you today, but like half the world, I've succumbed to COVID, so I don't want to potentially subject anyone else to it. Thank you, committee members, for attending the site visit yesterday. Hopefully it was of benefit to you to help you understand the many concerns that have been raised regarding this planning application. The application was brought to you today due to the compliance of a redirection request 4.8.18b on the Constitution. The application has attracted an unusually high level of public interest in the relevant area. From the very beginning, this application has had discrepancies. The proposal is for a proposed change of use of land. The second part of the application asks, has the work or change of use already started? The answer on the application form says no, where in fact it had. There has been a significant amount of groundwork to change the topography of the site prior to this. But in the words of Councillor James, we are where we are. As this is a controversial application, which has caused discourse in the community, I have noted many concerns. In my opinion, this application does not comply with several core strategy policies. And I agree with the comments from the Parish Council representatives in many ways. Firstly, I think SS7 has not been addressed. This is our climate change commitment. Secondly, I'm not going to go into huge details on these because we've already spoken about them, and I'm sure you, as planning committee members, know these policies off by heart. The second one is the SS6, which is environmental quality and local distinctiveness. And the third one is SS4, the movement and transport. I would like to thank the planning officer for his synopsis of the submitted responses to the planning application, of which there are 86 objecting parties, including, as you've heard, the Countryside Charity, CPRE, and the 6 surrounding parish councils. There are 41 bullet points that are cited as summarised comments or concerns. 41. And I'm sure you have noted these in paragraph 6.7 of the report. But on balance, there are also 25 letters of support. And again, the planning officer has noted the summarised comments in paragraph 6.8, of which there are 13. We understand all planning applications are considered in their own right, but on balance. I look forward to hearing your debate, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Crockett. We'll now move on to the debate. Can I have anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Loxton.
Thank you, Chair. What a beautiful location. Such a pleasure to see Lyde Court sensitively well restored and developed to cater for weddings and events. An absolute gem of a place. However, I have concerns with this application and their continued use of the grass airstrip. I believe all the parish councils in and around Lyde Court objected. For many years, I passengered in a light aircraft, either a 2 or 4-seater. We took off and landed both at Shobden and Staverton and other airfields and private landing strips. I felt distinctly safer and much happier using airfields as opposed to private landing strips. Whilst landing a light aircraft requires the pilot to have considerable skill, bearing in mind sudden, unpredictable changes in the weather, even on a glorious day. From my personal recollection, it could be a nerve-wracking experience for a passenger and also anxious moments for spectators. I firmly believe the flight issue risks are considerably greater at a private landing strip as opposed to an airfield. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, I agree with what you're saying, but it's not really relevant to planning application. Councillor Watson.
Thank you. My speakers have all been taken away from me. Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few questions actually, Ollie, if that's okay. Where do we stand legally if we were to approve this application? Because from what I've heard is that the Waring family are tenants, but the owner is the duchy. So if we were to approve, what would this legal standing be for the?
Can I say the ownership of any property that has a planning application is irrelevant to a planning application. You can apply for, I could apply for a planning permission on this particular site, although I'm not even the tenant or the landowner. And we have to take, we are not allowed to take that into consideration.
Okay.
It's not a matter for our consideration.
Okay, thank you.
The permission goes with the land.
The permission goes with the land. Thank you. Point number 2 is that I've looked through all the reports, but I can't find, I've only found like the live court wedding movements sheet, but there's no report on the movements of the whole site or trip generations. So that's my first question is, where is that report to support that there will be no vehicle impact? Third is that, are we on your map? Can you point out, because I'm not clear where the east and the west is from the location where the environmental health officer said that there is some noise, but it's just to get it, for me, context. The other question is around how will Heritage Council actually enforce and control the restrictions of, because I'm not expecting an officer to be there counting the number of flights in and out. My other question is around the Herefordshire and Worcestershire Fire and Rescue. I see that the report from the fire report is basically on the building, but I'm just wondering about the route that would be taken down these narrow lanes to access if there was a fire on site. And I have to say is that how does the allowance of, I hear what Mr. Waring has said, but I must admit, if we are going towards zero carbon emissions, how does allowing light aircraft align with that? So, yeah, they're my questions, if they can be answered, please.
Mr. Jones, or you should.
Yeah, thank you. In response, I'll try and answer those in order, to just shout if I've missed one. In terms of the impact on the local highway network, the applicant did supply details of wedding movements and movements that go with the existing established lawful use of the site as a wedding venue, and essentially that operates on an unvetted basis in terms of number of vehicle movements. So they employ obviously a large number of staff. They have large numbers of guests coming to and from the site. So the consideration, the conclusion that we've come to is that in terms of the additional use of the site as an airstrip, that it wouldn't lead to a cumulative severe impact on the local highway network, just when having regard to the existing and established lawful use of the site. I think the next question was with respect to the readings from the noise impact assessment. essentially they were undertaken in 3 locations. I mean, I'll just go back to the officer report, which sets out where those locations were. So the first location.
Chair, because I was just asking, can we see the map, Ollie? Can you point out where east and west is on
If
the
we
map?
can, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're all included on the map, but if we can, I mean, if it's possible to bring the slide, I'm more than happy to point generally where those are. Is that possible?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can I just go back as well, Ollie, to the first, where is the written report on the movements? Because I've only got there isn't one, there's no submitted written report.
It's just the graph that you can see
Yes.
on the website, which sets out throughout the day what in it. Obviously, it's a general on any given day what it could look like.
So any general day of the week, Monday to Sunday, every day for the 356 days of the week.
Well, obviously, it depends on bookings. The event can take bookings, I believe, whenever. There's no restriction on when weddings can take place. So, yes, that could be any given day. Obviously, we would expect it would likely be more busier in weekends during the summer, but that's not to say that you couldn't have a busy day in midweek in February, for example. So there aren't any restrictions, and that's the point on the existing use of light court. If we could go to a more, is there the initial the first slide, I think, with the red star, that might be useful. So yes, the first general location relates to Lyde Barn, Stone Cottage, and Lyde Cross, which are these ones here. So that's where the first set of readings were done. So the location here is considered to be fairly quiet. We've also got occasional.
So is that north? Or?
That's north.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the second location is in Shellick, south. So yeah, so I just said the first location is here. Second location includes Lyde Cross, it moves north and west. And the second location is Shellick. And the third is Hawthorne Farm, and then Sutton, St Nicholas, which is just up there. So there's 3 locations, and each of those locations, sometimes there were 2 individual locations, sometimes it's just 1. So it was general clusters that were chosen, and hopefully represent an even some distribution in terms of proximity to on the site and in context of those where the properties.
While the map is there, can you just point out to members from which direction planes will be landing and which direction they will be taking off towards?
Yes, thank you. So as explained in the report, and as we would have seen yesterday, so essentially where the red star is now, that's sort of midway on the airstrip. Aircraft would take off into essentially the northeast. So they would go down, take off downwards into the east, the northeast, and then they would have to land from the northeast. So they wouldn't be able to land from the southwest, so they wouldn't be able to land crossing over Lyde Cross. So hopefully that's clear. And so going on to the third one, which I believe was in relation to the enforcement of conditions. Obviously that's a matter that we would, looking forward to our planning enforcement colleagues to ensure that they are enforced. What I think we would look to do, should members so wish, is a condition which would essentially require a logbook to be kept of flights coming and going from the site. I believe that already has to take that has to be followed with respect to the advice and guidance as prepared by the Civil Aviation Authority. But I think that's something perhaps we could look to secure should members so wish. And then I believe the last one relates to fire and rescue. So as set out in the officer's report, there's no changes to the access are proposed. There's obviously a requirement for there to be an ability for emergency services to be able to access Lyde Court, given its operation as a wedding venue. Officers don't consider that the proposed use of the airstrip would lead to any change in the access arrangements. None are proposed. And as members would have hopefully seen yesterday when visiting the site, it is rather spacious in terms of access between the 2 buildings where the building proposed for Hangeridge is located to get, for instance, a fire engine through. It's spacious, it's wide, and it leads obviously straight onto the grass airstrip. So hopefully that answers that.
And my last point was around the alignment with the zero carbon. How does this application support Herefordshire Council achieving zero carbon?
Yeah, no, I take that point, and as I said, I would refer you obviously to the relevant section of the report. What I would set out is again going back to the fact that the use of the land can be permitted for 28 days of any given year. That can operate on an unfettered basis. So, you know, whilst it may be unlikely that there'll be 65, 70 flights per day, that is possible for 28 days of the year. So if you choose 28 long sunny days, the applicant can fly as much as they want in terms of different types of aircraft, large aircraft, small aircraft. They can perform all manner of training exercises. So when considering that as a genuine fallback position, we officers don't consider that a well-restricted use in terms of the conditions that are set out would lead to any demonstrable increase in emissions beyond what is already essentially allowed under the development rights. I think also to point out is the fact that there's an established wedding venue there where we accept people arrive by private car, given its location. And I think with that in mind, we need to consider what the additional harm in that respect is by allowing essentially a restricted use of the site.
Councillor Norman.
Thank you. Well, the previous question certainly raises one of the points I was going to make, which is very much about the how this squares with our objective of zero carbon emissions and the carbon management plan that we have in place. And I don't think there has been a satisfactory answer to that. I can see that, you know, speculatively, it may or may not add more or less given the circumstances that are allowed already in theory, but to me it seems to be totally rather at odds with our intentions, aims and wishes in that respect. From all the points that have been made, and there have been many from all the parish councils, it seems to me that there is an initial concern about the venue, about the setup there, the wedding venue and so on, and the activities there. It's very impressive. It obviously contributes to our tourism offer in the county, which we're very keen to promote and to support. But as we've so often heard in many other areas, sometimes these things get slightly out of hand. Sometimes they have more impact on the local community than perhaps is necessarily expected. And the worry is always that they will, you know, you can just about live with what's there at the moment and see the benefits and all the rest of it. But it is the expansion of it that's often the worry, sort of there in the air. What more will be proposed, or what further applications will come along? And it seems to me that this is, for many people, a step too far. They can cope, they can live with, they can accept what goes on because there are some positives about it, but that this is a step too far for them, and the impacts and concerns about it just make it too much. So that is the way I read that, and I understand it, and feel we need to recognise that there should be limits on what we can support, given the benefits that come from it, but that there should be some limits on that. Third point I want to quickly make is really, with a question mark really, is the point about safety. And you know, it may well be totally safe. There may well never be an accident. We've heard that there has been one, and we're told it was adverse weather conditions. Well, adverse weather conditions can come up at any time, as we know, and the weather is increasingly uncertain, unpredictable, and difficult to gauge quite how it's going to pan out, literally from hour to hour sometimes, let alone from day to day. So I do think that is a matter we should have some concern for, and I thought Councillor Foxton's comments as somebody who's regularly been in planes was very interesting in that respect. I haven't, so it's not something I have any experience on. So those are my concerns: the aspect, the impact on our carbon management, the impact, the further expanding impact of the whole setup, and safety. Thank you.
Councillor Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I reflect back on Mr. Waring's closing remarks when he said that he would be very happy to accept the conditions that the restricted conditions that have been negotiated with him, and I recognise what the case officer has just said in that respect in response to Councillor Watson. However, Mr. Waring did say that they were quite generous, and that the allowance for the numbers of flights is more than he was actually really looking for. 3 flights in the hour, whatever it is, 35 a week. I look particularly at condition 7, which, although the objectives haven't mentioned it, is the one that alarmed me perhaps most of all, or at least gave me the feeling that if it were rewritten, there might be scope for negotiating. And I don't know, the objectives can speak for themselves. Negotiating between the applicant and the objectors on what might be acceptable. Condition 7 says the use of aircraft will be restricted to fixed-wing, single-engine piston aircraft up to 3,175 kilograms in weight. 3,175 kilograms is a jolly big aeroplane. The applicant's Piper Super Cub weighs 367 kilograms. A Cessna 150, 447. The Cessna 172, which is a 4-seater single-engine piston aircraft, 752. And even there's nothing I dot Google for doing bits of research as to what's going on. And even the Supermarine Spitfire, the World War II aeroplane, jolly noisy aeroplane, only weighed 1,953 kilograms. So here we have a condition which allows an airplane up to a monster 3,175 kilograms, and I should be jolly alarmed if I saw something like that coming into my neighbourhood. So I don't know where that figure comes from, though I see that that's the trigger for insurance in respect of, or at least the maximum that you can get for helicopters. And it is a curiosity that the following condition, condition 8, although condition 7 restricted to fixed wing single engine piston aircraft, talks about helicopters. But anyway, the other thing I'm concerned about that condition is that, and this reflects on a off-the-cuff comment that the applicant made to me a few weeks ago, was that he'd hoped to have electric aeroplanes there one day. Well, are we going to restrict in this condition his opportunity if members are minded to consider for electric?
3 minutes have gone.
My 3 minutes have expired. Thank you, Chair. I've said what I needed to do.
Councillor Rowan, do you want to?
Yeah, just picking up something through you, Chair. I think with that, and I was the same, I was looking at heavy aircraft. I mean, that is a big weight, but I think you're also governed there by the fact that it's the type of engine. So I just had the picture in my head last night of this 3-ton aeroplane with a tiny little piston engine. I thought, well, that ain't going to get off the ground. So I also related it to the helicopters as well. So it is, you're never going to get an aeroplane of that weight with a single solitary piston engine. That's, at the moment, you could land something there that side, and you could do it 28 days a year, I'm assuming. But with the granting of permission today and the conditions that would come in, nothing above that weight, nothing with other than a single solitary piston engine would be allowed to land there. I think I'm correct in that, aren't I?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's those in terms of the condition that's been recommended by the environmental health officer. That is the condition that was presented. I think, as Councillor Rowan has pointed out, the important part of that condition is that it's a single engine piston aircraft. The submitted noise impact assessment sets out a range of single engine piston aircraft, and if you do a simple Google search, they will all be what hopefully you would expect of a light aircraft with fixed wings. So that is the important part of the condition, and essentially it restricts large planes from being able to fly at the site. Again, in terms of the 28-day rule that the applicant can exercise, they're not restricted to that condition, so they can fly whatever they like. Obviously, the nature of the site might be such that it restricts certain aircraft, but thirdly, from a planning perspective, they're not restricted.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Waring on the success of my course, the wedding venue and the other activities there. But I do have mixed feelings about this planning application, although I wasn't able to attend the site visit yesterday. I note the united opposition of 6 parish councils. And if local democracy means anything, we don't necessarily have to agree with it, but at least we should take notice of the fact that all 6 of the local parish councils have come out against the proposal. I'm also concerned about possible damage to the environment. Should we be encouraging more flights or more use of these aerodromes or airfields, or small airfields in current circumstances to do with the environment? I also note that Shobden is not that far away. It's a very well respected and well used aerodrome. And although people would fly there and then come by other means of transport to Lyde, I agree with more traffic, but Shobden's very well used. Everybody knows about it. So I don't feel it would be too much of a problem for people to get to Lyde from Shobden. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to wish Councillor Pauline Crockett a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Right, are there any other questions? Bear in mind, Shobden, most of the planes will be coming from the east. I mean, they will have to fly considerable past the venue and then transport back to the venue. So we could argue that environmentally be worse off, but that's another matter. But this isn't about people actually coming to because it's convenient to fly in. It's part of the package of a wedding, whatever. I can't imagine why, but that's for them, isn't it? You still live in a free country. I say, I mean, the problem is here that there is a very strong from all the statutory consultees in support of this proposal, and it would be monitored by the aviation authority, and all flights will be logged. Have to be, I understand, don't they? By the applicant. So there's no idea that there's going to be more or less. That can be checked on by independently, even of the council. So, anyway. Right, where are we?
I make a proposal, Chair, that we take the officer's report and his recommendation.
Right, is that seconded? Yeah, I was thinking about it. Right. Are there any speakers on that, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I'm sure that hopefully we're all thinking about it, is that under permitted development, you can fly anything and everywhere. And so by approving the application, it's restricting what can come in and out. And that's what I understand. That so I just wanted to make that comment because it sits uneasy, is that but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I do ask the members if they are minded to vote against. Do you want to say something?
Just, Chairman, that the proposers put forward the motion to approve the officer's recommendation within your papers and the proposer, but there would need to be the addition of a condition for the logbook to be kept under review by the council as well. If you're happy with that.
Yeah.
So that would be a logbook kept specifically for the council.
Yeah, it'll be the logbook.
It'll be a copy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody else with access to Google might have found out. Apparently, a logbook of all flights has to be kept for the time, the direction, and duration. Yeah. So we would want a copy of that, which is perfectly acceptable.
It's available for the council to review because if the council received objections or concerns that aeroplanes were right, it was a wrong aeroplane, they were travelling in the wrong direction, etc. There will be information on that logbook which we could use.
Okay, yeah, I think that's acceptable. Is that all right with you, Councillor?
Right, just before we have the vote, can we have a local member perhaps do you want to make any further comment?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Stone, for your kind words. Firstly, the planning officer states that the planning application would have minimal impact on the community. I would like no impact on my community. This does not support our carbon policy, and this viable business will not be affected if this application is refused. Thank you, Chair.
Right, we have a proposal and a seconder. Can I ask for those in favour, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Those against.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Then that is carried.
And abstention.
Oh, abstention, sorry. 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Then that is carried. Right, we'll now move on to the next item. If members of the public want to leave now, but if they could leave now, well.
Yes, that catches.
You voted against it, that's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we just have, I think there's a, yes, all right, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Before us concerns land at Lyde Court, Lyde Cross. No, sorry, I want to yeah, no, we can do with some help more.
Was that you or was that the delayed?
Yes. I told you I'm putting it permanently on it. Lady Grove Cottage, Morderford, Hereford. Can we now perhaps begin with the officer's presentation? Mr. Simon Reynolds. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. I've been told there's a few issues with the microphone, so if anybody needs me to speak louder, please just let me know. This application relates to Lady Grove Cottage, which is an 18th century timber framed Grade 2 listed building. This first slide shows you obviously the village of Morderford to the north. You can see the red star denotes the application site location on the edge of woodland, accessed the Found Hope Road to the west there via a private and main track. If we can move on to the next slide, please. There we go. Okay, so this application is for planning permission and listed building consent. Top part of the slide shows you the site edged in red. Within that main site area, you can see two buildings. One is Lady Grove Cottage, which is centrally located, and just to the north of that is the only real sort of immediately adjacent neighbour, which I believe is known as Westwood House. Bottom part of the screen obviously shows you the wooded nature of the site context, with this sort of just nestling in to the sort of lower slope of that. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so the proposal is to repair, renovate and extend the cottage. You can see from this slide, as I say, that host building is centrally located. It's in two parts really. You've got the main part of the cottage, and then you've got an attached cider house. So you can see there's Blue Edge land as well, which is land within the applicant's control, which would be used for drainage. We can move on to the next slide again. Thank you. Okay, so this plan looks to be reused from the previous application. So the thing that we're focusing on is the aspect where you can see lean-to cottage and the cider house within that red edged area. So essentially, what we're talking about is excavating into the land at the rear of that cottage to allow for extension of the lean-to, as well as obviously the conversion of the cider house and renovation, bringing the house up to a modern standard of living. It has been sort of abandoned for a number of years, so it is in a relatively poor state of affairs as it stands. And I'll have plenty of photos to show you shortly. As I say, Westwood House lies just beside shared private access to the property. On to the next slide, thank you. Okay, I've got quite a few plans here. There's a lot of detail with the application and therefore quite a bit to commend in that sense. There's been a lot of work gone into the application. It has taken a number of years to even get to this point. And it is regrettable that we haven't been able to resolve one sort of fundamental matter, which is this excavation into the bedrock at the rear and the extension of the lean-to. But I'll rattle through the plans and we can obviously come back to those if anybody has any queries. This is the ground floor plan as existing. As you can see, the side house on the right and the main bulk of the house, the timber frame with the lounge and dining area, and then the existing lean-to at the back there with two sort of roof lights providing natural light. Onto the next slide, please. Okay, so that slide is the proposed ground floor. You can see that the lean-to sort of is rebuilt at the back there with a sandstone wall. And you can see that there's a 45-degree graded bank and a sort of a passageway at the rear in that land. Onto the next slide, please. Okay, first floor plan is existing, 2 bedrooms upstairs. It's essentially a 2 up, 2 down building in plan form with a lean-to and an attached cider house. Onto the next one, please. This plan, I have to say, I think there is some discrepancy in terms of the way this has been drawn because the cider house doesn't appear to be correctly located there if you compare it to the other plans I've shown you. But essentially, in terms of the upstairs living accommodation within the house, you can see we negate one of the bedrooms for a shower room, and you're left with I suppose, a more modern living standing with a bathroom at the upper floor. On to the next slide, please. This is the front aspect in part, at least. So there's a new porch goes on there. This compares to the timber frame. And then there's some timber cladding going on the side of the barn with insulation, new windows, doors, generally bringing up the building up to standard. If we go on to the next one. So that's just the other half, the right-hand half of that front elevation with the side of the barn now in focus, really. That's got a pan tile roof, which is obviously traditional material in the area, and the main house has got, I think, plain clay tiles. In terms of the condition of the building, I should just mention that 2 elements were picked up on by the historic building officer. Firstly, this sandstone plinth to the side of the barn, which is in a fragile state, as well as the chimney on the gable end of the cottage, which I'll show you some pictures of in a bit. On to the next slide, please. Okay, this is one gable of the side of the house. And I suppose the other thing to point out is the excavation at the rear there with the cambered bank and the passageway at the rear. Next slide. That's just the other end with the lean-to shown and that chimney that I've just mentioned. Next slide. That's the rear of the building, the actual cottage with the lean-to as proposed. And the next slide, please. And that's the other half of the rear with the cider house. Next slide, please. Okay, finally, in terms of the plans, there's just a section there through the building showing you the lean-to, it would come off just below the sort of eaves of the main cottage, but obviously extend out further into the rear, and allow for, I suppose, a more usable space in terms of habitability and communication with the cider house that adjoins. Next slide, please. Okay, in the absence of the committee site visit, due to the difficulties in getting everybody to this site, I've got quite a few photos. These are top left, you can see the neighbouring property with the sort of bright red roof. Within that, you can see the cider barn with a lot of moss on the roof. Top right, you can see the cottage itself, obviously with the canopy on it at the minute, and that chimney that I've mentioned. And then bottom is a better shot showing that existing lean-to, the fact it's set into the bank. And as you can see, the building does need some care and attention. Next slide, please.
Right. Oh, TV's about to go off.
Okay, so this these photos just show you that gable with the issues with that chimney. The advice from our historic buildings officer is that is capable of repair without having to dismantle and rebuild. On to the next slide, please.
Oh, it's over there. Behind you, it's over there. Thank you.
I guess I should point out on that there, you can see the landform of the way that house has been built into this. We can revisit that if there are any questions, but that is part of the character and the interest of this listed building. On to the next slide, please. Yeah, again, that's just reinforcing really what I just said about the natural landform. Part of the wall is obviously above ground level and part of it's below. On to the next and final slide, I believe. Okay, so those are shots taken by our historic building officer inside that lean-to element, sort of looking at either end, I guess, really looking at that. I think this photo to the bottom right is looking towards the side of barn, and the one left is sort of looking towards the gable wall of the cottage. Just to draw together where we've arrived to in terms of the officer recommendation, we've identified 3 reasons for refusing planning permission. There's a single reason for refusing listed building consent. So in terms of that first sort of heritage reason for refusal, I've identified 4 aspects of concern, and perhaps I've been able to rank them in terms of my view of their importance. Firstly, the alteration of the plan form, so we're making a much larger lean-to relative to the modest cottage proportions. Secondly, obviously we're having an intervention with the original fabric of this building through demolishing that rear wall, which was built in sort of locally quarried stone. Thirdly, and I'd refer you to paragraph 6.9 of the report, the workers' cottage here was part of an estate. It was deliberately built into the slope. Its character is thereby significantly influenced by this relationship, and the fact it's been sort of used the natural landform and the geology in terms of the bedrock as part of its support. So I think by excavating the land to the rear, we are impacting that character, and there is harm at the upper end of less than substantial. Now, my use of the term less than substantial is reference to the frameworks terminology, which shouldn't diminish your sense of its importance. It still amounts to a substantial objection in planning terms, and we've got to give that great weight in the balance. Finally, the 4th element of harm I'd identified from the historic building officer's comments was the potential for some further damage to the building through the excavation, through the vibration, through potential further movement to structural elements that we've discussed in terms of the plinth walls, that chimney, and any other parts of the building which are currently in good condition. I wasn't able to reconcile myself to support the proposal, possibly because of those two final elements really, in terms of the significance of the building being built into the slope and the potential harm it could do to the building. So therefore the recommendation is for refusal. There are two other elements to the planning side of things. One is obviously we're within the Whittleby Sack catchment area in terms of, I guess, the lower lug sub-catchment. Therefore, we've got to have regard to the water discharge, and we haven't got adequate information in that regard. We need a report by somebody suitably qualified to actually look at the existing system and satisfy our ecologist in that respect. So that is a legal requirement, and obviously should committee be minded to overturn the recommendation, that would need to be satisfied before any approval is given. The final reason for refusing the planning permission is ecology based. Obviously we're within a wooded setting with potential for bats. I believe the ecologist has highlighted a roost nearby at the neighbouring property. We haven't got a qualified person's report on this application. We have limited information from the applicant, but it isn't essentially something that we could use to justify satisfying our statutory duties under the NERC Act. So we need a proper survey essentially, and that would need to be done before any permission is granted here. Happy to answer any questions, and sorry for the length of that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, can I now invite Mr. Tucker, the applicant, to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Colin Tucker, Hereford-born, a civil engineer, self-employed since 1973. Very many listed building projects. Of interest to you, Buell House, Grade 1 listed, showcased by Historic England in 2001. 20 years of projects for Hereford Diocese. I advise Council for the quarrying of stone and reconstruction of Hereford City Wall. I am a member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. I'm here to address the single issue of Lady Grove's listed building consent application. I'm extremely grateful to Connor, the listed building consent officer, for his up-to-date training and knowledge to help me understand the current process and how that can be applied to preserving heritage. Connor, rang me on the 11th of January saying that he was in agreement with all aspects of design except the rear walls of the lean-to. There are 2 clearly defined issues for the lean-to. Should the rear structure be rebuilt? And if so, can improvements be made in line with national guidance? Firstly, the rear wall structure has morphed over time and consists of bedrock, topsoil, and extremely soft limestone, put on top of that topsoil and has mainly fallen out. 2 structural engineers' reports confirm its unsuitability as a wall. NPPF 2021 listed building consent should have taken account of necessary expertise. These are clear justifications for it being replaced. Having successfully managed to keep the cottage and the separate cider house as original, a solution was needed within the narrow lean-to to form connecting rooms, and additionally, a corridor to join the 2 together. The cottage roof had been thickened for insulation. My design solves this and the corridor by moving the wall 0.5 meter only and slightly raising the roof. Importantly, the roof angle and therefore its appearance remain the same. This solution is supported by the National Planning Policy Framework and the National Listed Buildings Guidance. Examples: Historic England would not materially harm but would reinforce. New work frequently involves some intervention which can be necessary to bring it back into use. No simple rules, although clear, coherent relationship of all the parts to the whole. In 2021, NPPF stated the harm or loss is outweighed by the benefit of bringing the site back into use. These are paramount directions. Also, account should be taken of contributory items, including exceptional on-site manufacture of replica iron windows, which Historic England say are pivotal. Throughout this process, I've been receptive to advice of council officers and modified my plans accordingly. I've employed some of the most eminent planning and building consultants available. They all agree that the resultant scheme is a sound conservation project, which will preserve an important element of Hereford's vernacular heritage. I ask you for your support to support me in this endeavour. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Can I now move to the local member, which is Councillor Harrington Hardwick. He speaks and at the opening of the debate and at the closing of the debate, sums up. He has no vote in this particular item. Public's knowledge, I think we all know that by now. But Henry, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. And thank you for allowing this to come to committee. I think it was important that members actually get a decision on this. Unfortunately, because of the actual location, I couldn't advise a site visit there. It would have been pretty chaotic trying to get all the members of the planning committee up to a very restricted site. But I'd like to thank Mr. Rolls for the photographs that he's shown you this, today to highlight what we are actually looking at. This is a sensitive application to bring back a Grade 2 listed cottage back into habitable use. Mr. Tucker has lived in Waterford since 1995 and has been involved in the renovation of many houses within the area. This application was first submitted in April 2020, 26 months ago, and Mr. Tucker has taken advice from eminent planning and building consultants, as he's already alluded to. Following council officers' advice, the plans over the period have changed accordingly. Mr. Tucker is proud of his achievement over the years and will not be drawn into doing bad jobs. This is a town conservation project that will preserve part of Herefordshire's vernacular heritage. I'm confident that approving this application will secure a future for this dwelling. Refusal would speed up its decline and it may be lost completely. It's quite evident from local support of the Waterford community and both Foundhope and Waterford Parish Council that it is the wish to see this application approved. I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. We now move on to the debate. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Mills and then Councillor Watson.
Can I first of all ask the case officer if it is his view that the shortcomings in these submission documents is identified in respect of ecology and wastewater reports would be satisfied by condition where members minded to approve?
No, they would have to. You would have to delegate the decision to officers subject to those reports being submitted and appropriately assessed. We cannot condition those elements, I'm afraid.
Okay. In that case, we might need to consider a deferment, but I just wanted to use my 3 minutes talking about the heritage aspects. I recognise the objection from the conservation officer, and his officer has explained the nature of that. And the objection is around the proposal to marginally enlarge the cottage by extending the rear wall of the outside. The building, the cottage is built into a very steep hillside, and that rear wall has failed because it suffers from water coming down, streaming down the hillside over the last 300 years, and fundamentally it's limestone, sort of quite soft, crunchy limestone, and the frost has basically completely shot the wall. That wall is in two parts. The half of it's below ground, because as I say, it's built into a steep hillside, and half of it, the upper half, is freestanding. The freestanding half has pretty much fallen, and it's just on the floor. The buried section of that wall, which is visible only from the inside, obviously, built up against the hillside, is just a single face. It's quite sort of strongly inclined section of the wall. I should explain. I've been to this place, so I know it. And I read the report, structural engineers reports that the applicant has submitted, the man Constant, and he says that walling is not capable of repair. It would need to be taken down and rebuilt. And although I am very fundamentally conservation minded, I find it difficult to disagree with him. It is in such a poor state, that walling, you simply couldn't repair it. And so if you're in a position where you're having to take it down and rebuild it, you may as well, in my opinion, it is an acceptable point of view, provided obviously the applicant carries out the work in a really sensitive manner, using appropriate materials, appropriate mortars to rebuild that wall slightly further out. I think he wants to enlarge that outshot space by 18 inches. And it is a very, very small cottage. It's probably late 17th century rather than late 18th. Timber framed. It's literally 2 rooms with a loft above, which has had this rear extension built into the hillside. It's impossible to imagine how nowadays anybody would tolerate living in it, given that it's built into a very steep damp hillside. You just couldn't defend against the damp unless you rebuilt it properly. And I think it is a defensible position. I accept that it is a harm to the asset, but I think it's manageable. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
I've finished my thing.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, it was very pertinent and interesting.
I do ramble, don't I?
Sorry, Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor Mill. I would have given you 2 of my 3 minutes, actually. Yeah.
We could store them up. Yes.
I just wanted to, I was also going to say the same, is that I'm looking for a deferral because of the HRA appropriate assessment and also the ecology in terms of getting a professional survey done before, for it to come back to committee because of and I'm just thinking that once those 2 have been addressed, then it gives us the 1, which has been around the heritage objections and around the issue of the wall. And so thus, if we are able to tackle 2, then at least 1. So that's where I'm going. Okay, so I'll wait until the motion.
Councillor Norman.
Thank you. Yes, I think I'm probably in tune with that comment. We don't want to see this fall down. We do want to see it, conserved in the best possible way. I hear my colleague to the right, Councillor Milne, very helpful to hear what he has to say. But I share the concerns about the impact on the river and the fact that there is no report. I can't remember what the phrase is, but we are not reassured that it won't have an impact, and we need that assurance essentially. If a deferral will help that, I would support that. Perhaps wait for a bit of advice on that. But yes, those are the 2 things that are of concern, and we need that reassurance. So if a deferral would give us time to get that forward, I would be happy with that.
Mr. Bishop.
Let's try this. Thank you, Chairman. There's no need to defer the application because if you are minded to grant permission for the development, because you consider that whilst there is there's less substantial harm to the building, that you consider the public benefits outweigh the less than substantial harm which has been identified. If that is your position, you are supporting the scheme as submitted, subject to the additional reports being submitted. So you would delegate the decision to officers, subject to clearance of the HRA and subject to clearance of the ecology report relating to the bat survey from an appropriate suitable qualified person. So that is the way you would go. You would not defer it. If you consider that if you're going contrary to the report, you consider whilst the harm is there, but the public benefits outweigh that harm of retaining the building, etc., then in that particular instance, you would, I would suggest you would frame the recommendation around delegating the decision to the planning officer for approval, subject to those other elements being cleared. As regards to drainage, I understand there is some very medieval style drainage there, and that would all be taken into account in terms of whatever new drainage and could be considered in terms of what impact that would have on the HRA. So officers would work with the applicant as regards that, but the applicant would need to provide the appropriate information to achieve that. But that would be the way forward rather than a deferral, I would suggest, because all you're doing is kicking it down the line until you've got those things and then bringing it back to committee. Save the need to bring it back to committee by giving that authority to officers to approve, subject to those issues being resolved.
Yeah, I'd go along with that if that's a better way forward.
Right, Councillor.
Sorry, I would second it.
Sorry, I think we haven't had it.
Do we need a proposal to attend?
Does anyone want to move?
I'm happy to move that if no one else is, but
I think we need to be quite clear as what we're actually being proposed. We're proposing that it be approved, subject to the conditions that has been outlined by
Delegated.
Delegated to approve, subject to the conditions that we have discussed. Right, bearing that in mind, that's a proposer and a seconder on board. Do you want to speak or?
Yes, just to say, the appropriate assessment for the HRA and the professional bat surveys done by a professional. That should be great.
Yes, that's what we need.
Can I say I have no experience? There's nothing pleasant about having a house built into the bank, especially when the court is down.
Yeah, no. All I was going to say, sorry, Chair, all I was going to mention is if on the drainage side of it and collection of water and everything else, if there could be something, because obviously it's an old drainage system there, if we could actually collect the water, grey water, so it's not so much going down the bank and it's reused. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
Right. Are there any other speakers? You want to make any comment? I think
no, Chairman. Unless there's a speaker wants, but would order a recommendation to support the officers' recommendation, then no. The officers clearly laid it out there that there is harm identified. It's less than substantial. On that basis, you then have to consider what public benefits can outweigh that. You've identified that through the restoration and of the cottage, bringing it back in. That's what you consider, and that's what you will be voting on, Chairman.
Thank you. Now leaves Councillor Hardwick to sum up.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the debate. Firstly, I'd like to thank Mr. Bishop for his clear advice to members. I don't believe that a deferment would be of use. Far better that we move forward. This application has been on the table for 26 months as it stands. With those additional details that need to be actioned, I'm quite happy for you to go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have a proposal which has been proposed and second. Can I ask for those in favour, please indicate. Those against? Abstentions? One abstention. Then that is carried. We'll now move on to item 9, and can I ask that the public speakers if Mr. Packer could leave the because
Very much. It's a good idea.
Okay. Can I ask for Mrs. Jean Fortescue and Mr. Ed Thomas to take their places at the gallery?
Very nice, I like it.
Okay.
Nothing, it's been really interesting to say. I know, that's all.
Yeah, no.
We're awaiting the local member online.
It's in the building.
I should be there. If we could just suspend the live stream for a moment, please.
It's based on.
It's very steep.
They give them out.
Unlock it, let's say.
But it might be well.
Okay. Right, well, now we'll move on to the application concerning Magnolia Farm, Cannon Bridge, Hereford. Proposed variations to conditions 2 and 4. Can I ask Ms. Laura Smith, who's here for her first presentation? Oh, sorry, I'll have to say that again. This is item number 9, which is an application for Magnolia Farm, Cannon Bridge, a variation of condition 2 and 4. And Miss Laura Smith is going to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Members' attention is firstly drawn to the update schedule, which summarises the photo made within the committee report. Firstly, in regard to condition 1 and 15 and the incorrect drawing numbers that were stated on these. These have now been corrected and relate to the updated correct set of plans. Further attention is also drawn to the updates, summarising the third-party objections received to this application. The broad location of the application site is demarked by the red star and can be found to the southwest of Hereford City Centre within the parish of Madley. The application seeks a variation of condition 2 and 4, following the granting of planning permission for the conversion of agricultural barns to 3 residential dwellings. Therefore, the only details under consideration here is the extension of unit 2 under the existing roof steel structure, the amendment of some of the windows, and the addition of solar panels to unit 1 and 2 only, along with a slight reconfiguration of gardens for units 1 and 2. No other technical matters are applicable. Next slide, please. Slide, please. Yeah.
Slight technical difficulty.
Bear with me, I'm going to stop sharing and start sharing again.
It's the one before that, please. That's it, thank you. As you can see on the screen, the site is a good site and historically had several agricultural buildings throughout. The site is located to the southeast of the River Wye, as shown on the plan. However, it's noted it stands of significantly higher ground level than the river. Work is well underway on site, and these amendments come from the reconfiguration of internal arrangements and to enhance the energy efficiency of the site. Next slide, please. Sorry, back on. So on screen are the previously approved drawings. These are details approved within the extant permission to convert the agricultural buildings, along with some demolition work and extensions to create 3 residential units. Next slide, please. So the proposals include an extension to unit 2 of the site, as shown in detail on the bottom right drawing on the screen now. The extension was subject to discussions under a pre-application advice, to which the details and the principle of the extension was considered acceptable, with the arch detailing supported by the Buildings Conservation Officer to enhance its historic context on the site. The solar panels will enhance the energy efficiency of the site, and all panels will be made up of twin peak 4 black series, creating an aesthetically pleasing design with a stronger power output. The design approach taken harmonises well with the approved roof tiles, as can be seen in the drawings. The site or any aspects of the site are not listed. However, it is noted the Grade 2 listed dwelling to the north of the site. Due to its positioning of the panels, they will not be visible from the historic asset. Therefore, no harm to the setting of the listed building is considered to occur. Several objections have been received in response to this proposal. Largely, points raised do not relate to this application, as this application is assessing the change to condition 2 and 4 only, with all other conditions attached to the original consent. With all other conditions attached to the original consent being attached to any further approval. The technical details that are mentioned several times within representations are relevant for a different application currently awaiting determination to subdivide unit 3 to 2 units, again, not for consideration under this proposal. As mentioned, to the north of the site is a Grade 2 listed building, with the owners raising several concerns with regard to the proposals. A detailed visit to this dwelling was undertaken, with the proposals and processes discussed in detail. No concerns have been raised in regard to the changes causing adverse residential impact, with the windows and doors materials being made up of powder-coated aluminium. Next slide, please. On screen now is the proposed landscape plan, which shows the change to unit 1 and 2 and the temporary track to the rear of the site, which is for construction traffic. The plan also shows the range of details of the amount of green planting proposed on site and the internal configuration of the courtyard. Overall, the plans to change some of the windows, along with the extension to unit 2 with solar panels, does not materially change the previous position on site. It causes no adverse impact to residential amenity or any heritage assets. It is noted that the original application only attracted one objection from residents, and with this application only proposing small changes, it is therefore recommended for approval as set out in the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the public.
I'm so sorry. There are 3 inaccuracies and I haven't got time to display them in my 2 minutes.
I'm afraid.
The one is incorrect, it's 19. It's just that it was on a.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. But there are 3 inaccuracies in that report, and they have been put in our representation. So I do hope someone's had a chance to read.
Yeah, that's right. Can I now move to the public speakers, which Fortescue now, who will, you have 3 minutes.
I'm speaking on behalf of the majority of the residents of Canning Bridge. We view this application as a prelude to the expansion of residential development into commercial venture on the River Wye. It began last year with the clearance of the riverbank within the SSSI. Condition 2 requires the project to be carried out in accordance with 4 drawings. As the landscape plan isn't one of them, it can't be varied using this condition. The existing landscape plan was discharged last year under condition 16, so that can't be varied using this condition either. It requires a new plan. We pointed out condition 4 was for discharge in January, so that can't be varied. And the planning recommendation was changed in the updates to vary it to condition 15, or amend condition 15. This would permit the new landscape plan to be approved without reference to a committee. This variation is inappropriate, not in this application, and shouldn't be dispensed with at short notice, as it has implications for countryside and conservation regulations, LD2, National Planning Policy, NERC, and the NPPF. The extension to Unit 2 is presented as a conversion of an open-ended extension that doesn't exist. It was a corrugated iron overhang supported by the existing roof until the developer constructed a new roof section without permission. It had no hard standing and is a new build that's restricted under RA3. This was how it was regarded in the existing local authority plan, and it was rejected in favour of a new garage block. It's a new extension. It doesn't meet the size, height or distance criteria in Schedule 2 of the Town and Country Planning Act. The Act also presents problems for variations to floor plans and elevations using condition 2. They conflict with condition 6 that prevent enlargement and alterations under the Town and Country Planning Act, where the original applications were changed use. 6 also requires compliance with RA5. The reuse of agricultural buildings is specified in the description of the original planning permission. Therefore, a change to condition 6 would be material and require a new plan. There's a conflict between condition 2 and condition 13 and 14. They require conformity with existing flood plan policy and on soakaways being more than 50 metres from the SSFI boundary. In this proposal, the water runoff is increased by at least 45% from retained and new buildings, more hard standings and the absence of water butts. Note the freestanding Dutch barn, for which application advice has been sought to convert to dwelling, is to be retained indefinitely. The reduced garden space of Unit 3 doesn't permit a drainage system compliant with current regulations or rules on proximity to dwellings, boundaries and water supplies. The drainage pond is within the 50 metres of the SSSI boundary, too close to the top of the bank, which is prone to erosion. These changes do not comply with habitat regulations, NPPF, the NERC Act or LD2, and should not be suggested in and should not be ignored in the updates. If this application is to be approved, it paves the way for the acceptance of application 214677. EIA regulations apply to development and a new EIA screening is required for this application. Has this been done? This application is not as stated in the description for minor changes to doors and windows, but for an extension that increases floor space of Unit 2 by over 50%.
I'm afraid, Mr. Reporter, you have your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. I speak in support of the recommendation to grant planning permission for the variation of 183083, which itself granted permission for the conversion of traditional barns to 3 dwellings, including demolition, conversion, and extensions. The application seeks to vary the design and appearance of units 1 and 2 by adapting window openings and retaining and incorporating, with the support of the Council's Conservation Officer, the bar roof element. Solar panels will be introduced to south-facing roof slopes. The Dutch barn forms no part of this application. The site already benefits from planning permission for the residential use of land. This application merely seeks to amend the detail of the approved design in a minor way. Those amendments are, in our view, positive, respecting the character of the buildings in the wider area and delivering on-site energy generation, which will help address the climate emergency. The applicants are a Herefordshire family business of 3 brothers raised and educated in the county, who invested their skills and resources to create 2 Hereford business successes: a building firm with multiple restoration projects and Rule of Thumb, which has brought national food awards to the county. One of the brothers lives in an adjacent property that he was restored, and another will move into Unit 2 with his young family. They absolutely have the long-term interests of this site and of this part of the county in mind in making this application. The applicants bought the site from the council in 2020 and then discharged pre-commencement conditions. They reflected on the approved drawings and sought to make amendments to them, first engaging in pre-application discussion, and have maintained a dialogue with officers ever since. They took the council's pre-application advice to submit separate applications for the variation sought today and a subdivision of Unit 3, on the basis that 2 applications would keep unrelated matters separate, i.e. the proposed amendments would be taken on their own merits without fear of being confused with the application to subdivide Unit 3 and vice versa. Unfortunately, the opposite has come to pass. The applicants believe the majority of alleged objection to this application is a consequence of the objectors' misunderstanding the nature of the scheme. We say this in the knowledge that 3 have withdrawn their comments upon learning more of the application, and the applicants can state categorically that none of the objectors have expressed any concerns in person for the proposals before you today. Many of the stated objections are a facsimile of a master copy, with the objectors only applying a signature, indication that there is a single point of origin. The objections also make a number of erroneous statements and allegations, stating, among other things, the dumping of harmful waste by the applicants, when the reverse is true. The applicants have, in fact, remediated a site that was the council's responsibility previously. We regret it is necessary to reference this unpleasantness when the applicants have done all within their power to address concerns, inviting interested parties to site to discuss the proposals, conducting pre-app, and indeed, we note the Parish Council has recorded its support for the application. We respectfully ask that members confine their deliberations to the material planning considerations identified in the officer report. We support the recommendation to approve what is, by most measures, a straightforward application. This is only need to improve the exam permission.
Mr. Thomas, thank you. Please, 3 minutes. Thank you. Right, now, have we Councillor Hitchener or not? Perhaps Mr. Evans will read his comments.
The committee have heard from the planning officer who has recommended approval. You may be asking why this application has been redirected to you for a decision, when on the face of it, this application is for what appears to be a straightforward permission to amend the layout. Some background information may be helpful. The land, the subject of this application, was formerly owned by the council. The farmland was sold off, leaving derelict barns. Permission was then sought by the council for the development of 3 units. Being council-owned land, the application had to be heard by the planning committee. Planning permission was granted on 28th of February 2019. The land was sold with the benefit of planning permission with all the appropriate conditions attached. The applicant bought the land and now wishes to change the layout, making Unit 1 bigger, but with the same number of bedrooms, and also making Unit 2 bigger and with an extra bedroom, so making it a 4-bedroom conversion. This is achieved by extending into a gap between the buildings. The application includes an amended landscape plan. Permission refers to minor changes to garden curtilage units 1 and 2, which are to have reduced sized gardens compared to those in the council planning permission. It is not particularly relevant to this application, but another application has been made in respect to the rest of the plot, which will probably come before this committee as well. This is mentioned by the objectors in their letters of objection. As the additional documents submitted yesterday for this application show, the officer records 18 objections and 6 letters of support. This level of interest is significant in a hamlet the size of Cannonbridge, and hence this application coming to committee. You have heard from one of the objectors and will have noted the list of objections. In summary, I would say that the objections relate to potential overdevelopment of this site. The first element of overdevelopment that concerns them is the additional building work in the gap between buildings. This increases the size of two of the units by a significant amount, and hence the need for this planning application. They also raise concerns about the retention of the Dutch barn at the rear, which on the council plan showed it as having been demolished. And again, on the most recent plan, it refers to the barn as being demolished.
No.
The objectors are seriously concerned that the barn will be retained and converted into more accommodation. Such a conversion would require another planning permission, but the objectors are not confident that the development of the Dutch barns might be permitted at some time in the future. They point to the original planning application from the council and urge the committee to stick with the original scheme. The applicants want to take full advantage of what is quite a large site by ultimately increasing the accommodation of units 1 and 2 and later increase the number of units from 3 to 4. They consider that they should not be constrained by the original application. As far as the Dutch barn is concerned, they have planning permission to demolish it, but have no obligation to do so. I have had several conversations with the applicant about the Dutch barn, but your decision must be based on the application before you, not anything I could report from those conversations. The applicant clearly wants to make this site commercially viable, and their representative has made representations to the effect that the objections are not ones that you, the committee, should support. I have one other observation which concerns the amended landscape plan. As I've mentioned, the application only requested minor changes to the curtilage of units 1 and 2. The amended plan includes not only changes to the curtilages of units 1 and 2, but also changes to the landscaping of the land between the property and the River Wye, including the addition of a pond and amendments to the curtilage of unit 3. My request is that the changes be approved to the curtilage of units 1 and 2, and that any further changes be considered when the applications to amend unit 3 is considered. The proposed changes to the curtilage are shown on other plans included in this application. I will listen to your deliberations.
Right, thank you. Can I remind members, deal with what is the amendments to two conditions, not what might or might not happen in the future with planning application. We're not.
I just explained it. Councillor Hitchens has just joined.
Oh, right.
But you read it better than me.
Yes. We wouldn't have been able to hear him anyway, all the way from Harrogate.
We just need to confirm what station it is.
Yeah. Is the amendments to two conditions, not what might or might not happen in the planning application. Obviously, it's been recorded for posterity. Right. We wouldn't have been able to hear him anyway.
Sorry, Councillor Hitchener. We started the
perhaps it's fortunate that we can't hear very clearly what you're saying.
Apologies, Councillor Hitchener. I've just read your statement to the committee that you provided to me. So the local ward member's statement has been read to the committee, but you will of course have the right to reply and the right to close the debate at the end, and unless you wanted to say anything as the ward member.
Yes, thank you for that. The only thing I've been thinking about a little bit is this issue of the landscape plan, which you will see includes a pond. And some other changes. The applicant asked for changes to the curtilage of units 1 and 2, but what's actually come through is something much broader than that. And this is what's partly called cause friction within the community, is what some see as the lack of transparency. So the thought that the landscape plan would be effectively granting permission for the applicant to put a pond is something which they would be very concerned about, because they haven't feel that's been properly looked at. And really it ought to be looked at, I think, in the context of the subsequent application for Unit 3. So my request in many ways is about limiting the landscape approval plan to what the applicant actually asked for, which is just changes the curtilage of Units 2 and 3. And I just feel that point perhaps hasn't been taken on board in the final papers. Thank you.
All right, we know that.
Public speakers.
The public speakers, if you could return to the gallery, please. Right, the debate. Can I ask for speakers, please? Wishing to open the debate, or not, as the case may be. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very confused. Actually. It feels like three cup tricks, you know, is that there's lots of shuffling going on, and I have no clarity to make a decision because I actually don't understand what the conditions are being changed. And then I was making note on what has been put forward. And I've had a similar case in my own ward where it is using various conditions on various applications, and it does become really, and you really have to kind of let it chronological report to actually really get a plan of it. And I know that there's no ecology report, and I'm not sure if that's relevant either if we're dealing with gardens and landscape and everything else. But I have to say is that I can't make a decision on this because I don't understand what I'm being asked to make a
think there has
decision
been,
about.
unfortunately, a lot of surmising what may or may not happen in the future. And we're here just to deal with what we have in front of us, which are two relatively minor amendments. I do, Mr. Bishop may find it tomorrow, or case officer, what exactly the amendments mean in effect.
So, thank you, Chairman. So we have a Section 73 application on an approved scheme, where they are asking for the authority to amend the conditions related to the planning reference numbers concerning alterations to doors and window frames, etc., and a modest addition to unit number 2 as well. So that is what's for your consideration today. Please don't confuse the other application which they've submitted, which is under consideration, and which will have, where there will be discussions with the local member for an additional unit. That is not for your consideration today. It's just merely alterations to the building in terms of the window frames and doors, etc. Powder coated?
Yes, aluminium.
Powder coated aluminium for the windows and doors, etc. And for the modest addition to Unit 2. The changes to the garden curtilages, etc., and the plan which I've seen on the application, which had 4 gardens on there, they've been taken off. They've been superseded because that doesn't form part of your consideration today. All the landscaping plan is related to the other application as well for the four units, and that's what's. So that hopefully that's explained what you're looking at. It's a straightforward proposal to amend the existing permission with those minor alterations. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Speakers. So what's it?
Yes, thanks. It's just really coming back on is that it's a modest extension that we're looking at within condition 2. Is that what, because I heard that all the windows are aluminium, but there's a modest alteration, which is an extension, yes, from the original.
Yeah, so it's under an existing steel frame that already existed. They're infilling it essentially to create an extension to unit 2.
Councillor Harvey.
Just to clarify that, then the actual original building, all the new build is within that original structure then?
Yeah.
There isn't any extension to the original
No,
structure?
it's not protruding any further than under the roof and the steel frame that already exists.
It's it's an extension to the building, but it's within a building which was going to be used for storage or? Yeah.
No, it's part of unit 2.
Yeah, it's part of, it's within the original structure, though,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
within the original structure, yeah.
With that clarification, I'm quite happy to move support of the application.
Is that seconded? Councillor Andrews. Right, speakers, bearing in mind we're just discussing not the landscape, not the possibility of the next application, and not the pond, which I would have thought would be in favour of. But does anyone want to speak on that? Then we have a
Okay. I was just going to say, Chair, really that now that's been clarified, it seems very simplistic. And I move that we just go ahead with motion and vote on it.
Okay.
I don't think it's a further debate because it's within the parameters of the whole building.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Bishop, do you want to say any more or the case officer?
No, thank you, Chair.
No, okay. Well, we go then to the local member if wants to sum up. What is not exactly a great debate, but there are. Councillor Hitchener.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think I just go back to my point about the landscape plan. I think you made it clear, Chairman, that this isn't really about the landscape plan. That landscape plan will be considered at some time in the future. But I do guess from the applicant's perspective, he does want to make sure that he can go ahead and deal with the changes to the curtilage for units 1 and 2. That's what is part of his application, is the curtilage of units 1 and 2. And perhaps it could be made clear that yes, the changes he wants to make to units 1 and 2 can proceed, but other elements of the landscape plan will be treated in the next application. I don't know whether that's possible to do that.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Enjoy your trip. Anyway, right, we have a proposer and a seconder. Can I ask for those in favour, please indicate.
Well, for.
None against, I think. I think we've only got. Oh, any against? Abstentions 1. Okay. Right, we'll move on fairly quickly to the final and 5th item. Bearing in mind this room has to be used in an hour and a half or 2 hours.
They're on the other, actually,
Can I request that the public speakers, Mr. Alistair Ferguson, Mr. Andrew Duggan, and Mr. Ted Rowlings, please take their seats in the gallery. I see we've only got one of the two who are present. Mr. Ed Rowlings is remotely, will be attending remotely. So are you Mr. Rowlings or Mr.
I'm Alistair.
Alistair Ferguson. Right. Mr. Ferguson. Oh, Mr. Duggan. Oh, right. Mr. Duggan has just a second. So I can take Mr. Rowlings.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rowlings. Can you see and hear us okay?
I can, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, right, we'll begin then with the presentation by Joe.
Thank you, Chairman, and afternoon members. Thanks to those who attended the committee studies yesterday afternoon. Hopefully, again, that was useful in contextualising the site. So the application seeks planning permission for the creation of a new access off the A4112 in Bolton, serve a parcel land with a local and property use. And you can see that there marked by the red star. So I've shown a site line between the main built-up parts of Stockton and Bolton, which are generally effectively known together as Bolton. Set to the southern side of the A4112, which connects the A49 length of Shrewsbury Trunk Road to the left there, to the west, with Tenbury to the northeast. The road here is subject to a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. Site's laid to grass and is bound to the north, as you will have seen yesterday, by a well-established hedgerow boundary on its entirety. The proposed access would involve replanting hedgerow, given the loss of existing hedgerow, to provide the requisite visibility displays. Planning permission was granted with the exact same proposal in May 2014. However, this permission was never implemented, and that's set out within the committee report. Excuse me, so if we can have the next slide, please. So yeah, just see the site in context, the surrounding development, Stockton and Bolton to the west and east respectively. Again, the area for geography just shows the site in relation to those two sort of main clusters of development. Next slide, please. So again, the site can be seen here edged in red. It's important to note this is essentially a notional red line for the purpose of the application. The wider field of land within the applicant's ownership is that edged in blue and extends southwards to incorporate the far northern extent of a yard accessed off Aubrey Lane, which we were seeing yesterday. I know that was something which members required some clarification on, but that is what has been submitted and it is taken for our consideration. So the current access is that just to the south of that blue line off Aubrey Lane, and just to the immediate south of Hawkesbury, the dwelling there to the corner. Next slide, please. So the proposed access drawing is identical to that was submitted pursuant to the application in 2014, which was approved. So indicates the required and the proposed visibility space, 40 metres in each direction, with the required 2.4 metre setback from the edge of the carriageway. The replacement hedgerow would obviously be planted behind that, and there's a condition which secures the details of that. Next slide, please. So again, just for context, this is the site in the context of the settlement boundaries prescribed by the adopted Bolton Neighbour Development Plan. So as I said, this one for Stockton and one for Bolton. You can see the site essentially lies slap bang in between the two. Next slide, please. So a couple of quick photographs. Here we're just looking west up towards the junction with Aubrey Lane. Proposed new access would essentially be there to the southern side on the left photograph, immediately adjacent to the telegraph pole in the foreground. And then next slide, please. Again, looking in the opposite direction, the footway runs to the northern side of the A4112, just to the left hand side of that bend in the road sign. And again, the access would be here on the right in the foreground. So in considering application, the development plan here comprises the Herefordshire Local Plan Core Strategy and also the adopted Bolton Neighbour Development Plan. Policy K15, the KNDP, the Kimbolton Development Plan, states that proposals for new development will need to demonstrate safe access onto adjacent roads. This generally echoes the requirements of core strategy policy MT1. Paragraph 111 of the NPPF states that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. In this case, as per the application in 2014, the highways engineer has reviewed the proposal, does not consider the access would prejudice highway safety, subject to a condition securing the requisite visibility space. In considering the application, the previous planning permission remains significant material consideration. Whilst the circumstances with respect to the haulage yard may have changed, noting the proposal is not considered to cause harm to the local highway network with the replacement hedgerow planting secured by way of condition, there is no requirement in this case for any special justification. The proposal is for a means of access off the A4112 to the agricultural land. No change of use of the land is proposed. As such, the change in circumstance in terms of the disuse of the haulage yard is not considered a material consideration, which would outweigh the identified policy accordance in this case. Therefore, subject to conditions as set out within the committee report, the proposal is considered to provide safe access on the A4112 in accordance with policy MT1 of the core strategy, policy K15 of the Kimbolton Neighbourhood Development Plan, and the overarching principles as found in the NPPF, specifically paragraph 111 as I've set out. The application is therefore recommended for approval as detailed in the committee report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the Parish Council, Mr. Ed Rowlings, who is attending remotely, currently representing Kimbolton Parish Council. Rowlings.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, yeah, Ed Rollings, Chair, Kimbolton and Hamlish Parish Council. For context, the single biggest issue we have in Kimbolton is traffic, transport and speeding through the village on the A4112. Whilst we try and continue to mitigate these issues, any development that would increase the risk associated with these issues in the village should be keenly scrutinised. The application and discussion is for a new agricultural access off the A412, which in our mind already has a suitable access point off a U road at the back of the field. The applicant's reasons for the application is to improve safety and to reduce inconvenience for a few houses that share the current access point. I'm not aware that those residents are in support or not of the application. But it is the opinion of the Parish Council that the reasons for the application do not outweigh the risks associated with a new access point on an already busy A road. Just to add to this, this particular point on the A412 is particularly narrow. It's a blind bend coming from the Tenbury direction, and when we have a huge number of HGVs and farm traffic coming through the village, they often meet. If they meet there, often they're forced to make the roadside, and with a footpath on the opposite side of the road, we feel this application does not provide the safest option in that case. So I'd urge members to consider the need for this access point when we already have a perfectly good current alternative. And whilst it may provide a small increase in risk, it could be mitigated by not being there in the first place when there's already a current alternative. So the safest option would be for this development not to go ahead. Just to add, the application didn't consider any drainage issues associated with the access point. So if it was to go ahead, we would like to see that to be considered, and also to note that the hedgerow assessment was done in 2013, so that's not up to date either. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rowlings. I now ask Mr. Ferguson, you to speak, a local resident. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alistair Ferguson, and I have been asked by several Kimbolton residents to express their objections to the application. The objections can be summarised as follows. Firstly, on safety. The application's design and access statement states that its objectives are solely driven by the need to enhance safety to stock and residents by creating independent access to the field. The field already benefits from safe, independent and dedicated access from Forbury's Lane that has been used for decades and which caters for the largest vehicles ever likely to use it. The access was previously shared with a haulage firm which relocated a few years ago, since which time the applicant has had exclusive use of it. The existing access causes no disruption or increased risk to traffic on the A4112 or surrounding roads. The field therefore does not need an additional access from the A4112. The traffic counter was set up between the 1st and the 7th of September 2021, during the pandemic when vehicle usage was lower generally. During this period, we believe that the A4112 was closed for roadworks at the Tenbury end on multiple occasions, with vehicles being diverted via the A49 and the A456. The village school was also closed for holidays until the 6th of September. Consequently, it is very likely that the traffic count seriously underestimated the typical number of vehicle movements. Any additional vehicular access onto the A4112 is unnecessary and can only be to the detriment of safety and in no way enhances it. Secondly, drainage. Kimbolton has an existing drainage problem in the vicinity of the proposed entrance, with the lower lying houses prone to flooding. Residents are concerned that any change to the surface and topography of the field would potentially make the existing problem worse. The application makes no reference to drainage and what its impact would be on localised flood risks. Finally, the neighbourhood plan. Kimbolton's neighbourhood plan covers the period up to 2031. The plan places great emphasis on the need to preserve the essential character of the village. The proposed entrance to the field represents a highly visible change to the aspects of the A4112, Kimbolton's principal thoroughfare, which would alter fundamentally the character and appearance of the village. The plan also highlights the need to preserve existing hedgerows and the natural environment to the greatest extent possible. This would also not be achieved if the application were to proceed. In conclusion, there has been considerable discussion among residents about the application, and there is strong consensus against it. Consequently, we ask the Planning and Regulatory Committee to reject the application in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Can I now invite Mr. Duggan? You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. On reading the concerns and objections received on my application, I would like to make the following observations. The majority of the concerns have already been answered in the planning appraisal, such as the safety on the highway, loss of hedgerow, and the agricultural use. As a result, the appraiser concluded that the application should be granted. However, there seems to be some concern about the proximity of a water main. As with most roads, the infrastructure lies beneath ground, so it would already be well protected from damage and heavy traffic passing over it. Addressing the concern over surface water runoff with highways have never raised any concerns about it. Is my belief that the water will not run off the meadow onto the road, but the complete opposite. Indeed, surface water from the road may well run onto the meadow. Where the proposal entrance is located, it would probably sit lower than the road with already slopes away towards the meadow. So any surface water would naturally drain from the road across to the meadow towards Cogwell Brook. I intend to use an approved professional highways contractor who will be qualified to deal with any site requirements that may arise. I would also like to address the previous approved entrance to Box Meadow as granted on 2014 and why it was not implemented. This was due to the land being occupied by a neighbour without my consent who was using the meadow for equestrian purposes, which Box Meadow had no such consent granted by the council for recreational riding. My solicitor wrote several times asking these people to vacate, but to no avail. So finally, I instructed bailiffs to evict them. This process took time, which meant that the planning timelines had lapsed on the previous approved application. For clarity, my intention is to use Box Meadow for agricultural use. Although the yard is not being used currently, I will want to use it in the future. That is provided I am able to gain relevant planning consent. So I will need to have a separate access to the yard and Box Meadow so both can be used independently. Finally, the 2015 Neighbourhood Development Plan indicates it wants to preserve Kimbolton's rural character, charm and tranquility. So with this in mind, it got me thinking, maybe I could enhance the meadow by providing a wildlife corridor from the Cogwell Brook around the meadow. So I propose to plant more hedges behind properties 1 and 2 New Road, also to the rear of properties which are to the west of Box Meadow, and also create a boundary to the yard which would entirely enclose the meadow with a hedgerow and significantly enhance its rural nature and biodiversity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The local member is Councillor John Stone, who will now begin the debate. He is a local member, but doesn't have a vote on this particular matter. Oh, if you could return to the public gallery, sorry. Very good.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. This meeting is certainly a marathon rather than a sprint. But many thanks to the committee members who attended the site visit in Kimbolton yesterday afternoon. And my thanks also to Ollie Jones, the case officer, for his presentation this afternoon. This application for a proposed agricultural access off the A4112 is the same as that previously approved on May the 19th, 2014. So there's a sense of deja vu about this application. The permission was never implemented, as has already been stated today. What the committee needs to consider today is whether there is anything materially different now that might lead to a different decision in 2022. Well, some things have changed since 2014. The core strategy was adopted in 2015, and a neighbourhood development plan made for Kimbolton more recently. The Kimbolton Neighbourhood Development Plan has been widely praised by officers and other planning experts and greatly supported in the local community. Something else has changed since 2014, considerable local objections to this application. There have been 14 letters of objection and a letter with 29 signatories. This unusually high level of public interest and the concerns of Kimbolton Parish Council, expressed this afternoon by Mr. Rollins, is why I asked for this application to be redirected to the committee. The common feature of most of the objections is concerns over highway safety. To quote one of the bullet points in the report, the existing access to the field is adequate, safer, and more suitable. Though the highway engineer has no objections to the access, I respectfully beg to differ. Members yesterday will have noticed the speed of traffic on this relatively narrow stretch of the A4112. A long fought-for reduction of the speed limit from 40 to 30 miles an hour was implemented in 2014. Nevertheless, vehicles still roar around the bend from Stockton Cross in. And to quote the Parish Council, when an HGV or tractor passes this narrow stretch of the A4112, they usually have to straddle the white lines in the middle of the road. It does cause issues for oncoming traffic. The addition of a new access would increase the risks at this point in the road and the potential risk to any pedestrians on the footpath opposite as well. Close of quote. I might add that young children use the footpath on their way to and from Bolton Primary School. Reference has been made this afternoon also to the traffic count that took place and the timing of it, and timing can be critical in these situations. And as was pointed out, the school was apparently closed at the time of the traffic count, which might have underestimated the number of vehicles using this stretch of the road. Plus the fact that roadworks were going on nearer Tenbury Wells at the time. Now, apart from highway safety, several other concerns have been raised. Houses below the proposed access are at risk of flooding, and there have been flooding incidents in Bolton, both in July 2007 and since. As is stated in paragraph 4.2 on page 132 of the report, the proposed access does not feature any measures to intercept surface water runoff that would drain onto the highway, end of quote. The lowest lying properties will be at increased risk of flooding, and the applicant has not provided any mitigation to alleviate this risk. Closure of the haulage yard on the unclassified road, Forbury Lane, means that there is no longer conflict between the haulage business and agricultural enterprise and other properties. There is therefore no longer a distinct need for a new access if the perfectly acceptable and safer current access onto the field can continue to be used. Residents are also concerned about the future use of the field, though this has been addressed by the applicant this afternoon. If the new access is allowed, it is claimed that it has not been used for agriculture for some time. But again, just to add that the applicant has to some extent explained that the reasons for that this afternoon. However, none of this is really a matter for the current application. We're dealing with a new access onto the field, not for the future use, but it's something for members to bear in mind. I fully recognise that the principle of creating an access has previously been established, but the impact on the landscape with the inevitable loss of hedgerow and the highway safety concerns raised by the parish council and local residents cannot be easily brushed aside. The loss of the hedgerow, 80 metres, is particularly concerning due to its impact on wildlife and the need to preserve hedgerows and habitats as we face the coming climate and ecological emergency. But I recognise that there are points raised in conditions to address the loss of the hedgerow. Nevertheless, it is going to be lost. The application, in summary, raises more questions than it answers, but I will leave it to members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, to reach a conclusion, and I look forward to hearing their views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. Right, I open it up to debate. Can I just ask one question, Claude? We saw on the map a red line within the field. What significance is that?
So as I said yesterday, that red line is essentially an arbitrary line, just that delineates the site. There's no boundary there. The blue line indicates the land within the applicant's control, so the land that they own. The plan that we've got doesn't include the entirety of the yard. It includes the northern portion of it, as was explained yesterday.
But I can't understand why an arbitrary line is there.
That's just delineating the site and it's showing
the site is the whole of the blue line.
No, the site is where the works being proposed are, which is the access. It's only the access which has been considered. So essentially, he could have brought that right down to a very small area. He's done the whole front bit because, well, he's done the front because obviously he's got the visibility space going at either side of it. So that's why it's been done in that manner.
If I just add, the site, the 2014 site, actually included where the blue line is actually included the entirety of the land, not just the northern portion.
So it's 40 metres of hedgerow either side. So that's 80 metres in total. Right. Councillor Norwood.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm glad we've got that clarification, because the delineation of the red bit does rather suggest that there's no alternative access. And I think it's very clear from what we've heard from the local member and parish council that there absolutely is. The problem for me here is why, what's the point? It seems to me that the issues, the concerns have been raised, safety and the hedgerow, what far outweigh the actual benefits. The need does not seem to be there. There is a perfectly adequate alternative way in and out, particularly if we look at the whole of the blue delineated area. And that, I think, is what's important. I do know this area very well. I once represented it, in fact, on district council. It's always been a rather fast, straight stretch of road with, the temptation often taken up for vehicles to speed. It does seem to be perverse, actually, to want to bring in an exit access, what do you call it, onto this particular bit. I'm also very disappointed if we have this hedge loss. We know how important hedgerows are, far too many have been lost. This is a very fine hedge. And again, unless there's a very good reason for it, it seems to me extremely unfortunate to have to lose it. I know it would be replaced, but every time you replace a hedge, you're losing a maturity of plants and hedgerow, which is of great importance to the wildlife that would inhabit it, literally. It is a highway of sorts for wildlife, so it's very important to biodiversity. So I am not happy. I could not support this. One thing I would say is the interesting proposals put forward by the applicant, and I know they're not part of this. If it goes ahead, is there any way we could condition that they are included?
I think we've got to deal with it, what's before us today.
Right,
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask poor Ollie another 6 questions. Not like deja vu, I think. Are there clearly defined settlement boundaries around the villages in terms of housing? Because I've read the reports and there is a fear of housing being built on that land as infill. The other thing is that how old is the hedgerow? Where's the ecology report? Because with it being about a hedgerow, there's no ecology report or landscape report. And again, excuse my ignorance, I don't understand what the biodiversity net gain, and like Felicity, Councillor Norman, is that, and I have listened to the applicant, but I'm not really clear about the benefits of opening it up compared to the loss of the because life has moved on since 2014 to 2022. We're in a, and I will say that I have a passion about hedgerows. I have advised Herefordshire CPRE on hedgerows, and I am noted in the hedgerow booklet on the front page because, they do mitigate surface flooding. They offer huge biodiversity. And as regards the traffic survey, I do take on point that it was done during school off and also during COVID. So, I'll leave it at that. They're my questions, Ollie.
Okay. Any other speakers? You want me to? Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks. That's what's first of all, in terms of the settlement boundaries, they, as showed on the slides, there's two. There's one for Convolvent itself, and then there's one for Stockton. So there's two settlement boundaries. The side lies out here either. So it's not relevant for what we're considering now because we're considering a new access. But yeah, the site does lie outside of those. I don't know how old the hedgerow is. It's obviously well established as we've discussed. There hasn't been an ecology survey submitted with the application, but officers have considered that the securing or replacement hedgerow is acceptable mitigation in this instance, in order to demonstrate accordance with policy or strategy policy LP2. And finally, traffic survey take on the points that have been raised about when that was undertaken. It has been reviewed by Council's Highways Engineer, and they're satisfied with the results and findings. And in terms of the nature of that stretch of road, and in coming to a conclusion as to what the requisite displays are, for this particular stretch, and they don't raise any objection to that. So that's how Oxford reached the conclusion with respect to concluding there would be no unacceptable impact on the local highway network in this location.
Can I just say, at the age of the hedge, I would say it's not terribly old, but old. It's I would guess 1950s or something like that sort. 60s. It was probably it looks like it's been done by probably the council originally. Probably it was the road, right? And probably for the footpath. I don't know. Anyway, that's my guess. It's not a very old hedge because it's completely one type of. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. The one question that I would ask is that was relocation of the hedgerow considered rather than actually taking the hedge out and then replanting? Because I think that relocation of the existing hedgerow would be deemed more acceptable than actual removal.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Harwood. I'm not aware that was considered or whether that was put forward as an option. I think there are probably risks associated with that as well, but I think, as I said, what has been submitted to us is the provision of a replacement hedgerow to necessitate those requisite splays, and essentially that's what we've considered on this occasion.
Okay, Councillor Rowan.
So this one sounds better. If we were to refuse this today, the access to that field would not be hindered at all. There was, for those of us that walk around there was a very large access. It was hard standing, it was set well back from the road. It would take any vehicle other than some sort of a really big HGV. And then there's a huge hard standing area as you go into what is a field with a some sort of, I'd say it head up towards half an acre of hard stand. So would the enjoying or using that field be affected if we were to say no? The answer is no, it wouldn't. Any activity could carry on in there, agricultural activity. In May 2014, at the time that the now lapsed permission, we had not declared the climate and ecological emergency, which was brought about in March 2019 and has been added to since. So there is a big difference between then and now. But for me, the removal of 80 metres of hedgerow, when it's not necessary, and I've used this terminology before, is environmental vandalism. It's not needed, it's not necessary, there is no point to it, and there is nothing to gain from it. So I, for one, will be voting against this today. And I, standing looking at the site yesterday, you can just sum it up. It's a very fast length of road, terribly tempting to overtake there, and it is narrow. It's not needed, it's not necessary, and it will not add at all to the area's ambience. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I did notice that we arrived very early, some of us, and some of us went off to get a copy of something, but I walked up from the below up the road and the vehicles were going very fast. By the time the rest of my colleagues arrived, and there were a group of us, suddenly it all slowed down. Yeah, which was noticeable. I think some of the members actually noticed the difference in the speed was noticeable by the number of people who were standing by the side of the road, and perhaps they thought we were all a convention of retired police officers. I don't know. Councillor Mill.
Well, I think I could suggest we go swiftly to the vote, and I'm going to propose that contrary to the officer's recommendations, we vote against this.
Can we have some reasons?
Yes, of course. But I think that first of all, site policies LD3 for green infrastructure, which specifically references the identification and retention of green infrastructure corridors, linkages, including protection of landscapes, trees, hedgerows, woodlands, and so on. That's LD3. Biodiversity and geodiversity comes into element 2, which is a strong plank of our current planning policy. Of course, we are looking down period to the 2014 group, so that's another reason. And indeed, LD1 landscape and townscape, which is identified in the officer's report. The Kimbolton Neighbourhood Development Plan policy is K10. Regarding transport, the MT1, in view of the fact that the highways officer has not sustained a strong objection, I'm not sure how officers would go down if I identify that as a reason for objection, but MT1, highway safety and promotive, it would be another reason, I think. That's probably enough.
Right. Okay. Mr. Bishop, do you want to comment on that?
I would veer away from MT1. I would utilise the comments which have been made today relating to since the previous submission. Council declared a climate and ecological emergency. You have also the 2015 core strategy. The policies which Councillor Milne has identified are the ones to major on, together with, I was just the comments which were previous comments I thought from the Parish Council relating to the impact of removal of that hedge on the entrance into the village, etc., which would change the character of the local area, which is K10 as Council members identified. Those would be the policies I would seek to suggest, and just throw in the NPPF as well.
Okay. Have I got a second?
Oh, could I just say simply put, there's already an adequate entrance into it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that.
Proposed by Jeremy, seconded by.
Yeah. Right, so that's been proposed and seconded. Can I ask for those in favour? Oh, sorry. Sorry, we're all sort of keen to get on lunch. Oh, sorry, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. A good debate on the proposal. As regards from the highways perspective, and I know the concern raised related to when surveys were taken, etc. From a highways perspective, I can assure members that all of that is taken on board by the highways officers, and where they feel it hasn't been taken at the appropriate time, they do ask the applicants to retake surveys, etc. So they would have taken that all on board. That's why, from a highways perspective, they assessed the proposal and said as the access as acceptable. You've identified that the site already has access from an alternative means, and you believe that would be better to retain that rather than to remove the or the 80 metres of hedgerow, etc., and the environmental vandalism, which Councillor Rowan identified. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The local member, Councillor Stoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank all members for a most interesting and informative debate. I totally agree with Councillor Watson that hedgerows are important, and several other members made the same point. And indeed, policy K10 from the Kimbolton Neighbourhood Development Plan talks about protecting and enhancing local character. So I think that's very relevant indeed. And there are, of course, other policies, as Mr. Bishop has said, in the core strategy and the NPPF. But lots of hedgerow and the impact on wildlife, I think, is really the number one issue, followed by highway safety on the busy A4112, which, as you know, links Leominster and Tenbury, is used by more and more traffic these days that wants to avoid the dangerous A49. But really, in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, what I feel is that the current access may not be perfect, but it is a good deal safer than the proposed new access. And that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Right, we have the proposer, and the proposer and seconder. Can I ask for those in favour, please indicate. I think that was. No votes against, no abstentions. Can I thank you all for your attendance? That has been your patience, I think, is the word.